I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down. All around this empty town, I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Just stare, 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one. Thank you, sir. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna.
Hello, hello, hello. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to another Prepare 3D live stream. I have been gone for quite some time, almost a month here. Had a lot of things going on, through the Thanksgiving holiday, and then I unfortunately got the flu. I started to get better, and then work got busy. So much was going on, but nevertheless, we are back, and we are back in the FSLABS and the FSLABS A320, Airbus A320 nonetheless. We're on the ground here, as the title says, at Minneapolis St Paul, getting ready to do a flight on over to Toronto, YYZ. I was hoping to have come back here and debut the Airbus, the FSLABS Airbus A321, but unfortunately that has been put on hold per the forums till at least early next week. So a lot of folks were hoping that it was going to be released today. This week rather. The NDA was lifted on Sunday morning, that's Sunday morning US time, and we saw a trailer and a couple of the beta folks debuting the aircraft, and got a lot of us pretty excited. The aircraft looks phenomenal. If you haven't checked it out already, go check out some of the Twitch streams from Flyboy992, I think it's 992, and obviously gosh, why am I drawing a blank with his name? Tell you, 1 second. Black Box 711's. He has been streaming the A321 as well. So, fortunately, we won't have it this weekend, but hopefully we can get it early next week, just before Christmas, and we'll be able to show that to you guys. So we're in the next best thing, the Airbus A320. So without further ado, let's get in the cockpit here and get a flight plan going and get everything set up. All right, first off, we need some power. Do a quick light test here. And folks, please forgive me. Like I said, it's been almost a month since I've really been in the sim here. So if we miss some things and we're off on our flows, do forgive me. It's going to take a little bit here to get back into stuff. Everything there looks good. Shout out to our new subscribers. While I was out, looks like we got a couple new subscribers as well. So thank you all for joining the channel. I hope I can continue to provide content worth you guys watching. Not sure why we're not getting our oxygen test sounds going here. All right, we'll come back and revisit that. Let's get our McDo's lined up. I don't think we've flown this livery since the latest updates. I just want to make sure we've got all of our units set up correctly. That was weird. Why was that in Fahrenheit? So it looks good. Get that going as well. Take a look at our ATSU. copy. That's hi-fi, and that's VATSIM. So that looks good as well. Alright, today's flight, we are Air Canada 7736, I believe. Got a zero fuel weight assigned of 131.1. Fuel looking at 15.3. That'll do it for now on that side. Estimated time en route today, it's 1 hour and 27 minutes. Official flight plan. Fuel 15. 354. Trip fuel 8186. That looks good. Departure time, we're going to change that here. We're going to depart at 2025. All right, fueling service requested. Get catering going as well. And we'll start boarding at about 2012. All right, that looks good. Let me come back here and take a look at our oxygen. That's so weird why I don't have these sounds in here. Let me check the first officer side. Not sure what's going on. Ah, okay. I'll have to check that out later. What else? We've got our company message, our first one here. Our load sheet, 048-131.3. Takeoff weight 146.2. That aligns with our sim brief flight plan. We are obviously under load here. Pax 150. Over water, blah, blah, blah. That looks good. We can accept that initial load sheet. And as far as departure is concerned, we're going to expect a pushback time or off the block time of 2025 and airborne for 2044. We are on VATSIM, not much traffic here, or not any traffic at all, so we should get out a little bit earlier than that. All right, that looks good. Let's see if I have... Yeah, I've got some sounds. Not sure why the oxygen test sounds aren't present. Anyway, let's get our routing set up here, shall we? So out of MSP, we're going to take 12 left, just according to where we are in position to the airfield here. So we are at gate Echo 12. 12 left is our closest runway. And that's our request for boarding. Wilston 7 is our SID for this afternoon, and it'll be the grab transition into YYZ. We can expect ILS 5 via the Nuber 4 arrival. And that transition is Yesman, or however that is pronounced. That looks good. Get some wind request in. This departure appears to be a vector departure, so we'll brief that in a moment. Grab after grab, we are direct Yesman, so we can clear that. The rest of that route looks unchanged. We've got another company message. What's this one about? Okay. I don't need to worry about that at this present time. Typical GSX. They're bringing us Southwest trucks for an Air Canada flight. Not sure what's going on with that, but I've had that issue for quite some time now. Speaking of GSX, I realized while I was out there is some issue with the latest release as it relates to GSX and the latest Windows 10 update. Apparently, it has caused everyone's GSX related, or should I say FS Dream Team related products to be not really uninstalled, but the licenses were deactivated in their SIM, which is quite strange. I haven't really been following it much, but I understand that that was an issue with the latest GSX update and the latest Win 10 update. So I have been prompted to update there, and for that very reason, we're going to leave it the way it is until the folks at FS Dream Team can figure it out. Leland, my friend, hello. How are you, man? Long time no speak. All right, that's going underway here. We've got our passengers already boarding. Let's see, what else can we do? Take a look at our flight plan and routing and all that good stuff. So the Wilston 7 departure out of runway 12 left. We are a DME equipped aircraft, so for assigned headings from 060, so that's Eastern, to 100 across MSP at or above 3500. Maintain assigned altitude if unable to comply, advise ATC. So the top altitude for jets 7,000 and for props is 5,000. We're obviously in a jet here. No ATC on at the moment, so we are just going to on departure fly a heading that puts us direct to S9, which looks like the first waypoint in the SID. So that is pretty straightforward. What else can we take a look at here? Let's see if we have any engine out procedures that we can apply. All right, so none for MSP. This tool, by the way, for those of you that have not seen my videos before, this is done by Blackbox. It has a whole host of different features. Particularly the one we're looking at now is, I'll show you just a reference airport, is engine out procedures and noise abatement procedures as it relates to certain airports. Not sure how many airports Blackbox has got around to doing, but there are quite a few in here. So for example, if you look at LAX, It is a NADP2, Noise Abatement Procedure 2 departure when that is in effect. And LAX is my hometown airport, so I know that is between, I believe, 11 p.m. and 3 a.m. local time, Pacific Standard Time. So you fly that thrust reduction altitude of 1130, the acceleration height of 1130, and then depending on the runway you depart, well, actually it doesn't matter, they're all 1,700 feet for your engine out acceleration. So pretty nifty tool. I know one of my followers here, I think as Osvaldo had asked me to kind of do a stream or a recording of kind of just outlining all of the flight sim tools that I use in a cold to dark state to a full-on landing. So all of the procedures, all of the tools that I use, cold and dark startup, full flight all the way to landing. I do promise you that is coming probably in the next couple of days. Like I said, been out for the last couple of weeks here just because I did fall ill with the flu and work kind of got busy. So I do have some time here around the holidays, and I will get around to making that video for you there. All right, so obviously we have nothing for Minneapolis, so we'll have to kind of make one up here. Cool, Leland, you all finished with school? That's awesome, man. Good to hear. So when are you back? What, like January 6th? I'm doing pretty good, man. Like I said, I've been out for the last couple of weeks from the sim. I had family in town for the Thanksgiving holidays, and then I kind of felt ill. And then work just got crazy busy, so I haven't been able to fly, much less stream or record. But got some time off here for the holidays, and looking forward to jumping back into things. Thanks as always for watching. Alright, let's get some things set up here. So, I'll take VORs. Constraints, our top altitude, I believe that's at 7,000. Wind data uplink is, or has been completed. So that looks good. Distance, so 623 and estimated fuel on board is 6.8. Let me just reference our SimBrief flight plan here. 6.7 for the estimated fuel on board upon arrival, and got a distance of 638, so that looks good as well. We can do our own little engine out procedures here. So KMSP, runway 12 left. We will fly runway heading, which is 121, to a distance of 25 nautical miles. Looks good. Secondary flight plan, should we need to return to the airport, put in, obviously we'll come right back to Minneapolis, and we will come in on 12 left. No star, no vias. It'll be a vectored approach should that need arise. So that looks good there too. Let's kind of step through our flight plan here. Pretty straightforward. We are aligned there. Can get the APU started. I think fueling not quite done yet, so the seatbelt signs can stay off. Take a look outside. Baggage is still going. Another thing we can set up here is our EFB. So Air Canada 7736.
Okay, baggage handling is complete and the aircraft is clear.
12 left. We are on the Boston 7 grab transition into Toronto today. We'll plan 5. We may get something different. Uber 4. Yes, man. And taxi out. 12 left. Cool. Looks good. Flap is open, APU can go, seatbelt signs can go on, fueling appears to be completed. Fuel, that is done. Our uplink is 3093. We can send that off to company. Now we can get APU blade on. Fuel pumps on. Company message, our load sheet has arrived. So 0 fuel weight changed slightly, 130.7. Our max 0 fuel weight 32.5. Block fuel stays the same. Let's get our performance. We are out of MSP. Runway 12 left. Anti-ice. Good question. What's our temperature? +1. It's below the 10 degrees margin, but there's no visible moisture in the air or anything like that. So don't quite think we need any type of anti-ice for this departure. So we're going to leave that off. Packs off for sure. Winds currently 250 at 10. You know what? With those winds, Minneapolis can be using either 30 or 12. So let's take a look at flight radar and see what they're using. I'll show you guys that too again. I will make a full video of all of the tools that I use and whatnot. But this is another nifty one, flight radar. If you're unsure about the runways in use, especially if you're flying on VATSIM and don't know what to expect, this is a great tool. See, so it looks like we would have been wrong, and all of our numbers would have been screwed up if ATC comes on here for departure. So it looks like they are using 30, so we're going to expect 30 right instead. So we will redo our departure procedure, but like I said, for that very reason, this is a terrific tool to check out. So, that being said, let me cancel this. Let's go to our departure. Let me just make sure that runway is indeed 30 right. Yes, it is. We'll keep the SID Wilson 7, it'll still be the grab transition. So we've got to copy our active and redo the secondary flight plan, but first we need to redo our radial fix info. So that will now be MSP-Y-Y Z-BOS right. That runway heading is 301, and we'll still fly to a distance of 25 nautical miles. Redo the secondary flight plan. We will now come into 30 right in the event of the need to return to the airport. Alright, so that looks good. Now we can go back to our performance. Let's change that runway number here up top. 250 at 10, wind checks. 3015 is our altimeter. Temperature is 1 degree Celsius. Estimated takeoff weight. MACTOW, first of all, is 31.0. Flaps 1 is fine for this runway here. And 145.6. Alright, performance is underway. We will accept our load sheet. All of that looks quite fine. Get rid of that. External power can go. Parking brake on. Disconnect. Alright, so now we're just waiting for our performance numbers. Since we had a SID change, let's redo our departure briefing. So we need to first of all change the runway here. So 30 right. And let's still be the Wilson 7. So 30 right, let's see here. First line heading is 220, clockwise to 360. Cross MSP at or above 3,500, maintain assigned altitude, if unable to comply, advise ATC. So runway heading, we'll make a right turn direct to our first fix, S9. Again, we're not really worried here, not much traffic in the area, and ATC is offline at the moment. So we are on Unicom. So that looks good. We got our company message, so we can lock our door here, get our transponder on, beacon light on, and let us get out of here. Minneapolis St Paul traffic, Air Canada Airbus A320, push and start from gate Echo 12 for runway 30 right, Minneapolis St Paul traffic.
Good day, Captain. The tug is connected now, so we'll be pushing back in just a couple of minutes. Can you please confirm that your parking brake is set?
Brakes are set. Alright, we've got our performance numbers. Let's take a look and see what we got here. One down, 0.5. We're going to be flexing today.
Tug is in position. bypass is inserted, and we are ready to push. Okay, looks
43.
like the apron is clear. Release parking brakes.
43, 44. That looks good. All right, brakes released. And we're gonna push back. Nose left.
Pushing out. Clear for engine start.
If you, let's get our timer here, off block 2033. What did we say our off block time was initially? $20.44. No, 2025, so we're a bit late. No worries. Get engine 2 started. If you notice, the order of operations has changed for GSX. The update prior to the latest update I was talking about earlier has allowed for that. I kind of not feeling it, kind of liked it the way it was. So you call for your pushback, it hooks up, and once it's hooked up and you're ready to go and you release your parking brake, that's when you use the quick edit function or tell it which direction you want to push back. The other thing that you'll see here in a moment is you have to now confirm through the menu that you have a good start on at least one engine and that they're clear to disconnect. Kind of see where they were going with that, but works a lot better if it was voice activated. So it's kind of weird that you have to go back into the menu and then click the button.
Pushback is complete. Set your parking brakes, please.
To tell them that they're clear to disconnect. Although I am told that you can disable that feature. So let's show you there now. So
confirmation for good engine start.
So as he said, he wants confirmation of good engine start. We've got 2 available, so that looks good. Back in the menu, confirm good engine start, and then he'll disconnect. It's not too cumbersome, but it's not as intuitive or as immersive as I think they would have liked it to be. If it had voice control, then that would be pretty cool. We've got a good start on 2, engine 1 coming alive now. Gorgeous aircraft. We are using tomato shade, of course. I cannot wait for that A321. We've got PBR coming, so many good things coming out of that aircraft. Like I mentioned earlier, if you have not checked it out yet, go and check it out. It is truly promising. When we get in the air, we'll discuss some of the features that I observed from some of the streams and kind of discuss some of the differences and some of the things that we're looking forward to. As well as, while I was out, Aerosoft did release their Airbus A330. Whole bunch of nonsense around that. A lot of people up in arms about how it was released. A lot of people defending them. It's kind of like pick a side. I'm kind of neutral as it relates to that, but I'll give you my opinion once we get airborne. As well as the Feelthere Embraer Series V3 version was released over the last couple weeks as well. So we'll get into all that good stuff once we get airborne. 2 good starts. Ignition mode selected or normal. APU bleed can go, and so can the master. We'll take flaps 1. That was strange. Where are we? Flight controls. So that's down 0.5. It's down 0.5. Quick flight controls check. Full up, center, full down, center, full left, center, full right, center, rudder, full left, center, full right, center. Flight controls check is complete. Predictive wind shear can go to auto. Weather can go to 1. Auto brake max, terrain on ND. Taxi light on, and that, my friends, is us on our way. Release the parking brake. Minneapolis St Paul traffic. Airbus A320, Air Canada, Airbus A320, taxi to runway 30 right via Quebec Papa. Minneapolis St Paul traffic. Jump back here. I'm not paying attention. I'm all over the place. Take Papa. Clear on our left. Alright, we are approaching the threshold coming up here, so we are going to, that's not what I meant to do. Sterile cockpit.
Hey guys, it's Tammy. We're all set back here. Cabin secure.
Thank you, Tammy. Our cabin is secure. And I will see you guys airborne. Minneapolis St Paul traffic. Air Canada Airbus A320 departing runway 30 right. Minneapolis St Paul traffic. Go TARA. Get these packs off. Turn-offs can come on. Takeoff config is normal. We are clear to our left and our right. Gorgeous looking aircraft. We are lined up. One last check. All looks good. Start the clock. Clear for takeoff. Stabilized. Thrust set, man. Flex 60. SRS runway. Auto thrust is blue. That's 80 knots.
B1.
That's B1. We'll rotate. Positive rate for us. Gear's coming up. Get our signature shot in here. Alright, we're at climb thrust ready. Thrust climb alts. Thrust climb alt blue. Runway heading. Get our first pack on. I'll make that right hand turn now. And pack 2 on. Minneapolis St Paul traffic, Airbus A320 airborne off of 30 right, last call, Minneapolis St Paul traffic. Gorgeous scenery by Flight Beam. The entire airport and surrounding scenery is just well done by them. Take a right hand turn. Let's go with the rec. It's 9 now. Navigation. Crap, I did forget our takeoff light. Sorry about that. Continue that climb now to our climb. Our cruising altitude is 370. So it's thrust climb, open climb, alt blue. Above S speed, flaps can come up. Alright, now we can get our first sets of lights off. Ground spoilers can be disarmed as well. Have to take up checklists, gears up, no lights, flaps retracted, spoilers disarmed, packs are on, lights as required after takeoff checklist is complete, and we are on our way. Get autopilot 1 on. That is 10,000 feet already. Landing lights can go. And, no smoking. No auto. We can release the stereo cockpit. Clear up some of our radio fix and secondary flight plan information as well. Does it look like we will need to return to the airport? All is well so far. Yeah, we're on our way. We've got to get more US controllers using CPDLC. Just from what I saw coming with that A321, it'll be great to use, but like I said, we'll get into that once we get into cruise and talk about all that stuff. Not sure how my squawk got to 2200. I mean 2211. I should say 2200. Looks like Chicago Center is online, so we'll pick him up shortly. It's 18,000 feet. Standard set and cross-checked. Alright, so I just checked our map here and our flight route. It doesn't look like we crossed into Chicago's airspace at all, so we are all alone up here. And with that, let's get into some of the discussions around what's been going on around the flight sim community lately as it relates to some of the latest releases and pending releases from FSLABS. I think the first one out of the three that I kind of want to touch on, and I gotta say, first off, I don't own any of them. Obviously, not the FSLABS A321 yet. No one does besides the beta testers. But I do not own the A330 or the Feelthere E-Jets. So whatever I am saying is just based on research and initial feedback from the community. I would like to, set that disclaimer there. Obviously, you've got to judge things for yourselves. You've got to feel things out for yourselves as it relates to product. But there are just certain people in the flight sim community that, your expectations and your enjoyment around this hobby is aligned with, and you can kind of take their word for it as it relates to certain products. And one of those things for me, and one of those people for me, is John. I'll put his channel there in the description. Obviously, check him out. Real great friend here, and we do loads of flights together. Obviously, not lately, but we generally share the same kind of ideas as it relates to flight sim. Share the same kind of passion for the hobby. He's a great guy, so check his channel out when you get a chance. But yeah, just based on some of the initial feedback and reaction. So the A330, Aerosoft A330 was released, I believe, 2 weeks ago now. Maybe even 3 weeks ago. I think it was the first week of December. Prior to that release, I think someone at Aerosoft, I forgot who it was, kind of mentioned, hey, it's ready, but there are some bugs, and if you are one to not like bugs, stay away from it. Don't buy it yet. Which, I don't know, depending on your business model, that may fly. For certain people like FSLABS, that certainly won't. But for Aerosoft, it flies for them. So, needless to say, they released it, and there were, based on, again, the initial feedback, I don't own the aircraft. I didn't own the aircraft, but there were tons of bugs. First off, some of the things that were mentioned was the fly-by-wire was completely off. People had a hard time manually flying the plane, not so much on departure, but on landing. And I knew that was going to be an issue from day one because they were streaming it. Some of the beta folks were streaming it, and that plane was just off. The handling, the characteristics were off. A lot of people were chucking it up to, oh, well, they're not really used to, that wide-body Airbus, and it's going to take them time. No. That model, that fly-by-wire model by Aerosoft needed a complete rework. And it was kind of disappointing to see that one of the major components of an aircraft, you would release it the way that is. There were a couple other bugs as it relates to, I believe, the EFB. A lot of people were getting crashed to desktops around the EFB. Trying to remember here off the top of my head, a couple of other things that, to me, to be honest, you work on an aircraft and you have the flight sim community kind of hyped about it for, I believe, 3, 4, 5 years now, and to release it with the bugs that it came out with is just unacceptable. A lot of people in the flight sim community, especially on the P3d Facebook groups, kind of went at it. A lot of people were calling folks that kind of put down the aircraft FSLABS fanboys, which I'm sorry, I don't agree with. Obviously, we know that the Aerosoft group and the FSLABS group put out products aimed at different folks as it relates to realism and whatnot. FSLABS is just, over the last couple of years, they've set the bar all above anyone, even PMDG. PMDG for a long time kind of held that place and that mantle, but FSLABS has definitely superseded them. And we knew Aerosoft was kind of like the, you know, jump into an airplane, learning some of the functionalities, but not real in-depth. Just jumping into an Airbus and kind of get going. All fair, but you know, when you release an aircraft that you can't even fly properly, or it has issues around CTD and EFB, no one's asking for failures. No one's asking for, I mean, it would be nice to have the icing model, but for the price point, we get it, fine. No one's asking for that, as it relates to the price point at least. We get it. But to release an aircraft where you that you can't hand fly, that's has lighting bugs, that has, when I say lighting bugs, I mean issues with HDR and just cockpit lighting and all that stuff. It has all those kind of bugs that makes the aircraft, at least to me, unusable. Not cool. So that's kind of my take with the Aerosoft A330. Again, I will finish that by saying I do not own the aircraft. They have, I will give them credit, have worked feverishly at releasing tons of updates for it within the last couple of weeks, including the very next day that it was released. To me, kind of doesn't make sense. I mean, why not take an additional 3 weeks to work out all of those kinks, expand your beta team so that all of those things would have been caught to begin with. Kind of follows the FSLABS model. I don't know, I just think that makes sense. That's the Aerosoft A330. Again, not putting it down by any chance, just disappointed with the way that it was released, and who knows, maybe in a couple of months I'll take a look at it again and I may pick it up and see. After all, it is the only wide-body Airbus in the sim, not counting obviously black box A330 model, which we won't even get into, not even worth mentioning. And I believe there's some freeware A380s out there, but in terms of a good product or a decent product, worth flyable, wide-body wise, the Aerosoft Airbus A330 is it. Sorry, I just want to make sure the aircraft isn't doing anything silly here while we're outside. So that's the A330. The Feelthere E-Jets V3 was released about a week or two after that. I think it was last Wednesday, the 10th or something of that nature. It was kind of strange, and let me tell you why. A couple of people that were beta testers, or one person that I can think of, that were beta testers, started, I guess the NDA was lifted and they started releasing pictures and everything about the aircraft, and it looked phenomenal. It still looks phenomenal. The PVR is just outstanding, inside and outside. There were some videos released by way of tutorials by a real-world Embraer pilot. Looked pretty cool. I was very hyped about the product. I wasn't hyped about it initially. Regional jets are really not my thing. But kind of while I was waiting for the A321, and the fact that the A330 didn't really do it for me, I was kind of looking forward to purchasing that regional jet. And then it got released. Well, let me back up. So they said that it was going to get released Wednesday, and then all of a sudden it was Tuesday, and I think all of a sudden it got released Monday. And this was just after the FSLABS A321 trailer. Actually, I'm sorry, it was a picture. FSLABS released a teaser picture with the kind of like a Santa hat on top of the A321. Kind of got everybody up in a frenzy. Really looking forward to the aircraft. FS Elite even did an article on it. That kind of just goes to show you, the quality developer FSLAB is, that, just one picture causes a publisher like FS Elite to kind of cover that. In any event, that came out, and all of a sudden the Feelthere Embraer, and I'm sorry, it wasn't even Monday, it was Sunday night, the Feelthere Embraer aircraft dropped, and I was just like, wow, that came out of nowhere. I thought it was Wednesday. It got moved up 2 days. Listen, I don't want to speculate, but it's kind of weird that FSLABS releases their picture of the A321, indicating that it's obviously close to release, and all of a sudden you move your timeline up about 2.5 days. Obviously, they're different products. You know, they're not really competitors in a way, but it was still kind of odd. And I would have been fine with that if it had released with, you know, none to minimum bugs. But like Aerosoft, that aircraft was also released with a bunch of bugs. Number one, I think first off the bat, there was no sound file, or there was a missing engine sound file. Kind of unacceptable. I mean, I don't know if, you know, when they were packaging it for release, it kind of got missed out. I don't know. I would hope that that was the case, and it wasn't the case that, you know, it was there in beta and none of the beta testers picked up on it, because that's kind of odd. And again, let me also, you know, add the caveat like I did with the A330. I did not own the Feelthere. I decided, based on, again, the overall feedback and comments and reviews from the flight sim community, that I was not going to spend $70 on it. So that was that. There were issues with the HDR lighting. The strobe lights and the beacon lights were illuminating in the cockpit. I mean, that was kind of odd that was not caught in beta. John, how's it going, man? Sorry, I just saw your message there. I'm rambling on about some of the latest aircraft releases. Feel free to jump in too, bud, because I know we share some of the same opinions about some of the stuff that was released over the last couple of weeks. I just covered the A330 by Aerosoft and kind of talking about the Feelthere E-Jets. Yeah, so they had issues with the lighting in the cockpit that was shining through. I mean, how do you not catch that? Yeah, exactly, unbaked products, bro. How do you not catch that in beta? What else? The aircraft has, so I think, again, not a real world Embraer pilot, so I wouldn't know this, but based on feedback, the Embraers have a tendency to be a little nose high on approach. So you kind of have to, you know, correct that and monitor that, you know, using, you know, manual control of the throttle and just, you know, having a feel and getting practice with the aircraft. But folks were saying that the aircraft was coming in so nose high that they couldn't even land. You know, they were having to do go-arounds or completely plant the aircraft into the runway to get it down. And then, yeah, 5 degrees landing only. One of the folks, you know, went to the forums to complain about it or to talk about it, and they were saying that, oh yeah, that's the way the aircraft is. It comes in nose high, land with flaps 5. How in the world do you have an aircraft made with 30 degrees of flaps or notches for flaps 30, and you have to land with flaps 5 to get it down? Kind of doesn't make sense. I mean, I'm not an aircraft developer. I am not rated on the Embraer, but just from a, you know, high-level understanding of the way aircrafts work, and this being my hobby and understanding how aerodynamics work for the most part, that's baloney, straight out the back. And again, that caused some controversy as well. There were a lot of people, folks on the beta team, particularly, that were kind of very put off by some of the comments that were made about the aircraft. And I don't understand why. I mean, you're beta testing an aircraft that you've attached your name to. John, we're 411 nautical miles out. Let's put some speed on this thing. We'll go Mach 0.80. How far out are you? Yeah, you attach your name to, you know, an aircraft by way. You're landing before me? All right, no worries, man. If you're not too tired to wait up, we can do a quick flight. I'm thinking probably YYZ to LaGuardia. That's pretty quick, but up to you. Yeah, you beta test an aircraft, you post all these pictures about how great it's going to be, etc., and then when it releases and folks have constructive criticism around it, you kind of get angry or get put off-ish, or you tell people off. I don't think that's cool. I don't think that's professional. You know, folks are just stating facts. If you want to call out the people that were complaining, we'll see if, okay, no worries, John. if you want to call out the fact that people are complaining about certain things like, I don't know, icing or failures or just things that you wouldn't expect in that aircraft's price point, fine. I understand that it wasn't made to be study level, and study level is a term that's, I think, is kind of nonsense that's thrown around the flight sim community a lot, but it wasn't intended to be FSLABS quality. We can say that, fine. But it doesn't excuse some of the bugs that it was released with. Ball for life, I do have the 757. It's the CS CaptainSim 757. Don't even get me started around that aircraft, bro. Although I heard that there was an update a couple weeks ago, so we may have to go back and check it out. But I am glad that I purchased that. Yeah, John, oh gosh, is right. I'm glad that I purchased that aircraft when they had that big sale for like $20, because I would have been pissed otherwise. That aircraft's terrible, I'm sorry. Yours parked, mine is uninstalled, bro. I didn't even have the thing installed. Terrible aircraft. Gosh, I lost my train of thought. The 175, the 170 and 175. Yeah, again, we understand that it wasn't intended to be, you know, FSLABS quality, but you can't release an aircraft with, you know, just plain out bugs that way, especially if you've been beta testing it for weeks. I mean, come on, you gotta catch that stuff, man. You gotta catch that stuff, and if you don't, you gotta accept the criticism. I think it's only fair. I think it's only right. That's what pushed me away from P3d. Ball for life, what do you mean? What pushed you away from P3d? No A321? Yeah, Leland, I'm sorry, you're right. It's not horrible, but I think that aircraft has so much potential that that it's a shame, because it could be a lot better if they just put a little bit more work into it. I gotta say, I love the cabin. I know a lot of people fly flight sim and don't really care about the cabin, but I like little aesthetic features like that. I think it's great. Yeah, and you're right, Leland. I don't think it's worth the price. Like I said, I got lucky and bought it when it was on like some kind of super sale for like $20. But for the normal price point, I don't think it's worth it. The sounds are no good. I think the performance of the aircraft, especially if you're flying in heavy scenery, is terrible. I think it can a lot of updating can be done to that aircraft to make it worthwhile. -5 in Toronto. Is it that cold right now out there? Are we gonna need anti-ice, John? Winds out of the east at 12 knots. Good visibility. A few clouds at 22,000. Damn, -6. Ugh, that's cold, man. Yeah, I do know how that went last night. Altimeter 3064. All right, yeah, it's cold. What the heck is this? Oh, that's our arrival AOC message. I think we're parking Bravo 11 today, so what the hell am I doing? Cancel that. Bravo 11. Put that in there. We've got 2:36 to go to top of descent. Let me take a look at VATSIM. Who's online? So we've got Cleveland Center and Toronto Center. I think I am approaching Cleveland Center shortly. Where the hell are we? Nope, I'm still in Minneapolis airspace. Cleveland Center will be just at top of descent, it looks like. And then we'll pick up Toronto Center for the arrival. And we've got to prep that arrival shortly. I like to do that stuff early. Let's reduce that speed a little bit. All right, yeah, so that is my, takeaway on the Aerosoft A330 and the Feelthere 175. Again, I will caveat my opinions around both of those aircrafts with saying I do not own them. These are my opinions based on the perception and the feedback and the reviews of the flight sim community. So that being said, that has put me off from purchasing either of those aircrafts, at least right now. Once they work out all of the bugs and kinks and all that stuff, we'll probably revisit it in a couple of months. It's pitch black in my sim. Yeah, that's because it's nighttime. I'm flying my local time, my West Coast time here in LA. So East Coast, it's already 6-something, 6:21, so it's pretty dark. Now to touch on my favorite upcoming aircraft, the FSLABS A3. Don't tisk me, man. I don't like flying at night. You guys can't see anything. When I stream and record at night, it's hard to see. YouTube demolishes night textures for some reason. FSLABS A321. Good gosh. Hopefully you guys have seen the trailer. Hopefully you guys have checked out the streamers like Black Box and Flyboy, and some of the other folks that are on the P3d Facebook pages like Dean and I forgot the other ones, but some of the beta team that has put that aircraft on display over the last week. So the NDA was lifted last Sunday morning, which was US time. It would have been Sunday evening European time, followed by a series of photos on the Facebook group, and then obviously the stream by Black Box. And man, I cannot wait for that aircraft to drop. A lot of folks are saying, I don't know why people are so eager about the A321. It's just a stretch version of the A320. That is absolutely not the case. FSLABS has modeled that aircraft to its real-world counterpart to the T. A lot of I know, Leland, I want the Sharkless 2 bad, man. But we gotta wait for that. I'll be happy with just the non-Sharklet version for now. My favorite airline is JetBlue, and I think most of their A321s are Sharklets, if not all. So I hear you. I want the Sharklets too. But yeah, they previewed the aircraft, and it is phenomenal. I mean, from the outside textures with the PBR, I still think Aerosoft and I think it was Mad Dog you said, John, does a better work when it comes to PBR and even quality wings, especially in the cockpit. I think that Aerosoft A330 looks phenomenal. I will give them that. I didn't mention that on my kind of soliloquy there about the aircraft. The aircraft looks phenomenal, PBR wise, inside and out. But for FSLABS, it looks pretty good too. I just think the Aerosoft PBR looks better. So they've got that going for it. They've modeled, I'm looking at the A320 here and trying to remember some of the things that I saw on the A321. Yeah, PBR outside. Inside, you've got the DCDUs now. So these two slots here will house the DCDUs for CDPLC communication between you as the pilot and the air traffic controllers on VATSIM or IVAO or whatever online flying platform you fly on. And they kind of debuted some of those features of the CDPLC with the air traffic controllers on VATSIM. Super cool, man. And to my knowledge, based on what Black Box has said and some of the other rated A320 pilots, it is exactly the way it is in the real aircraft. And that is one of the many things that you got to give up to FSLABS. They do not skip a beat when it comes to realism. They push the brinks of the simulations, capabilities of P3D's capabilities, and they continue to raise the bar. So you've got CDPLC via the DICDUs, is what they call them. The communication, the alerts will come up. I don't know what this is called, but once you get an alert on the DICDU, speaking of alerts, looks like Cleveland Center is calling us. Hold that thought a second. Let me connect with this guy. Where the heck are we? So we can report in. Cleveland Center, good evening, Air Canada 7736, flight level 370, just south of Manistee, Mike Bravo Lima VR.
Air Canada 7736, Cleveland Center, squawk 573, 5753.
5753, Air Canada 7736.
Good evening, Senator 3672, Delta 3672, Cleveland Center, ident. Air Canada 7736, radar contact 76 miles northwest of the Mount Pleasant VOR, welcome.
Position checks, thank you, Air Canada 7736.
Delta 3672, radar contact 78 miles southwest of Clarksburg, welcome.
John, are you going to land online? Because it's pretty late for you, and I think Toronto is going to be online when you get there. Oh, track IR stop. You going to continue offline? All right, no worries. We'll probably have to try to fly tomorrow morning, which is probably afternoon your time. I'll let you know. Where was I? Oh yes, the A321. So lots of flight now reinstalled. Dude, you've been flying for 2 hours already. You might as well finish the flight. The A321. So they got the DICDUs coming in, which will help facilitate the CDPLC communication, like I said, between you and VATSIM or controllers that utilizes CDPLC. I think one of the things that that I haven't really noticed is too many of the U.S. controllers utilizing CDPLC. So if we go on now, I think we can, with this current release of the A320, see who's online. How would we do that again? ALC menu. Nope. Com menu. ATC online. So this is where you would see the folks that you'd be able to communicate via CDPLC with ATC stations online. Obviously, as you can see here right now, it's only Heathrow and looks like San Jose. If I take a look at the VATSIM flight map, there are far more controllers on right now on VATSIM, and only 2 of them utilize CDPLC. So that's what I mean. Hopefully, with the release of the A321, we'll start to get a lot more VATSIM pilots utilizing that, so that way we can experience that to its fullest potential. So that's that. You can request so many different things through CDPLC, like your initial radar contact with that controller. You can request step climbs. You can request speed adjustments. You can do free text as it relates to messaging to the controllers. Really helpful when you're simulating across the pond procedures. It looks, the whole interface of it is just really phenomenal. I can't wait to be able to try that out. What else? One of the cool features too about the CDPLC and that they have in the real aircraft that they mentioned was, let's say a controller via the CDPLC tells you to contact another controller or tells you to go over a Unicom. They generally type that frequency in, and the A321 will have a load button on the radio panels that you can just hit load and it will populate the frequency for you. I know some may say that's kind of gimmicky, but hey, it's in the real aircraft, and I think that's really cool that FSLABS went to that degree of simulation in order to get that in there. A321 will also come with configurable flight fuel tanks. So you can have the standard fuel tanks, and you can add an additional, I believe, 2 ATC, is what they call it, fuel tanks. That is fed through not the traditional pump setup that you'd see in the A319s and 320s, but it's actually simulates jet pumps like it would in that aircraft. So that's pretty cool as well. You'll see once the A321 comes out and you're utilizing that aircraft, you'll see an ATC button next to, I think it'll be about here, next to the fuel pump switches. So I think they said that Dean actually did a 9-hour flight in the A321, which is crazy. Obviously, he was not loaded to the max. Very few packs and cargo, but he was able to do a flight, I think, between Dublin and Seattle or vice versa, which is pretty cool. And when you think about delivery flights as well, when you get the aircraft from Hamburg, I believe it is, in Germany to the States, that would be coming very useful, very handy for those that want to simulate delivery flights. So that is pretty much it in a nutshell that I can remember off the top of my head. For the most part, again, it's just another Airbus in the Airbus in the family. So for the most part, the systems are the same, but there are certain performance, restrictions and tendencies of the A321 that you need to be cognizant of, that you're not necessarily thinking about when you fly the A319s and 320, and FSLABS has simulated that as well. So again, they really raised the bar. Like I mentioned this morning, I'm going to screw his name up, but I think it's Lefteris mentioned that they were probably hoping for a release this week or even today, but there's certain things that they still got to work out, and they're hoping for a release early next week, which is Christmas week. So that is my review, or not really a review, because like I said, I don't own any of those aircrafts yet, but my take on those 3 aircrafts, those 3 products that were released over the last couple of weeks here across the P3d platform, or released and pending release across the P3d platform. So happy to get into conversations with you folks about what your takes are around the aircrafts that were released. Again, I'm not putting down any of the hard work that goes into creating these aircrafts for our enjoyment. But like I mentioned on one of the forums, when you go into purchase a car or any product, you expect to get the product that you paid for. For you to be happy that that you were able to get the product. And I think my exact analogy, or the exact example I used, was I go into a dealership and I buy a car and they tell me all of this works except the, I don't know, let's use seat warmers for example. I should be content that the car can drive and the car can take me from point A to point B, and be content that the seat warmers don't work. Well, I paid for the product that includes the seat warmer, so why wouldn't that work? And I kind of reference it to these products as well. I mean, just because it's the flight sim community and just because most of us do this as a hobby, we still pay our hard-earned money for these products. And you know, some of the bugs that, like I said, that these aircrafts were released with, in my book, is unacceptable. But that's just my take around that.
Canada 892, Cleveland Center, cross Woolsey 17,000, Toronto altitude 3064.
Let's take a look and see what is up for our arrival into Toronto this evening. Trying to see if we can get an ATIS. For some reason that does not want to come up. I realize since the VATSIM voice codec update, the ATIS information is not working with the FSLABS. Oh, there we go. All right, so Toronto information Bravo, weather at 2300 Zulu, winds still easterly winds at 12 knots, visibility 15. A few clouds at 22,000, temperature -6, dew point -11. So we got to come in there with some definitely engine anti-ice. Altimeter 3064, approach ILS runway 05 and ILS runway 06 left, departure runway 05 and runway 06 left. Provides information Bravo. Yeah, John, I'm taking 05 as well. That's what we've got programmed and planned in the McDo. So, with that being said, let's take a look at our charts. First of all, the arrival itself, we are on the Nuber 4 arrival. Restrictions. The only real restrictions I can see here is ICBAT at 220 knots, 7,000. Let me look at my McDo, make sure that is plugged in. ICBAT 220, 7,000, that checks. Other than that, that arrival is straightforward. Minimums for runway 05. Cat 1. Visibility is great, so it'll be a Cat 1 landing. Or maybe even visual. 200 feet. So that looks good as well. As far as our arrival gate, I think I targeted, what did I say, Bravo 11. So, not too far from our arrival runway. So we'll taxi
510
in.
Cleveland Center, welcome aboard.
Bravo 11. That looks good. Alright, cool beans. On my way down. Oh, you're on the arrival already. Oh, but you're offline, dude. I'm not gonna see you. All right. Performance. .080 at 12. Does Toronto use altimeter or QNH? I think they use QNH. It's Canada, right? Whatever, we'll do 3064. Temperature -6. 200 feet on the decision height. And we're going to be landing flaps full. That looks good. 66 miles to go to the top of the descent. Alright, we are ready for the arrival. Get some lights in here as the sun begins to set here. I never turned the seatbelt signs off. Whoops. Got some angry passengers back there now.
Air Canada 7736, descend and maintain fault 240.
240, Air Canada 7776. So we've got a bit of an early descent. No problem, we'll keep our speed up. Bad weather affecting internet. What do you got, like thunderstorms or something? Yeah, John, when you reinstall ActiveSky, let me know if that works. I'm trying to remember when I reinstalled it recently if I had to do the hotfix as well, or the hotfix was included in the full version. It usually is, but
Center, good evening, Delta 924, with you, passing through 180,000. Delta 924, Cleveland Center, climb maintain flight 200. 200. Air Canada 7736, contact Toronto Center 125.77.
2577, Air Canada 7736. Have a great evening.
Left altitude 306 for taxi via Alpha Lima, Bravo, Delta, cross runway 33 right, hold short runway 06 left.
15,000, alright, cool.
Alpha Lima, Bravo, Delta, hold short 06 left, altimeter 306 for Canada 680.
Alright, John, I'll talk to you after I land, or after you land. Toronto Center, good evening. Air Canada 7736, out of flight level 340 for 240.
Air Canada 7736, Toronto Center, good evening. Toronto landing, runway 06 left for you tonight, and information Bravo is current.
We have information Bravo, and any reason why we couldn't get 05 by any chance?
Air Canada 7736, it's a longer taxi for you, but you can absolutely have 05 if you wish.
Okay. I don't really come into Toronto much. We were planning on parking Bravo 11, but if we park further to the east side, then we'll take 06 left and park at one of the 17 gates.
7736, roger that. We'll pop you at 17 gates, so expect 6 left.
Air Canada 7736 will expect 6 left. Thank you. Alright, so we've got to change our runways. John, you're lucky you're not offline, or else he'd have gave you 6 left as well. Alright, what do I do here? Alright, let's start with the McDo. 6 left. It'll still be the same arrival and the same transition. Let's go direct. This B-box. Clean that up a bit.
Air Canada 2325 with you, passing 4,405.
Air Canada 2055, climb, flightable tree 900, turn right direct, dead key on course.
Right direct in, dead key up to level 390, Air Canada 2325.
Alright, that looks good. And then now we've got to look at our charts and change these runways. 6 left. Zero 6 left. The minimums is the minimums are 250.
Bravo 17. With information Bravo requesting I-5 to Halifax.
Alright.
Velocity 150, Toronto Center, good evening. You're cleared to Halifax International Airport via the dead key for departure, rapid transition, flight plan route. You can expect runway 06 left for departure, squawk 0516.
Then we should also update our EFB.
The left key for departure from 06 left and actually catch the school
Velocity 150, for departure would be Olaba transition, and your squawk code is 0516.
We'll park 176.
Yeah, then dead key for an Alava transition of 06 left.
Alright, we are sorted now with our new
Velocity 150, reback correct, mission start at your discretion. Advise me when ready for taxi information. Bravo is current. Coach 701, you can continue taxi on Echo, then Golf, then Hotel, cross runway 33 left, hold short runway 05.
Okay, continue Echo Toronto Center, good evening. Air Canada 800Q, you sending on the landing 2 arrival, hopefully for 06 left, advise otherwise for Air Canada 800.
Air Canada 892, Toronto Center, good evening. Expect runway 6 left, information Bravo Car.
6 left and Bravo Sky, 800.
Alright, I don't know why we're still so high. We gotta get down here. Now we can get the seatbelt signs on.
Air Canada 892, you can continue your descent to 12,000, Toronto altimeter 3064.
Descent down to 12,000 and altimeter 3064, Air Canada 892.
Air Canada 7736, you can continue your descent on the star down to 7,000, Toronto altimeter 3064.
Continue our descent on the star down to 7,03064, Air Canada 7736.
Canada 680, winds are 090 at 12 knots, clear takeoff runway 06 left.
Alright, 7,000 managed.
Air Canada 680, winds 090 at 12 knots, clear takeoff runway 06 left.
Clear takeoff 06 left, Air Canada 680.
P3d, Papa, unfortunately Montreal's not online yet, and you're leaving the airspace to the east. Frequency change to Unicom is approved. Have a great night.
Change Unicom 122 Delta, you have a good night, thank you.
Jet 701, winds are 09012 knots, clear takeoff runway 05.
Clear takeoff runway 05, Jet 701.
beautiful sunset out.
680, report you passing altitude. Canada 680, climbing 3,300. Canada 680, thank you. You identified. You can climb flight level 230. Climb level 230, Canada 680. Tomjet 701, report you passing altitude. 2,600, Tomjet 701, climb 7,000. You identified. 7,000, Tomjet 701. Canada 680, turn right, direct alcohol on course.
Alright, that is
direct outcut on course.
18,000.
688. Tomjet 701, turn left direct, Kitsy on course.
3064, I think, is the altimeter that is reported down there at Toronto.
Canada 680, climb flight level 370. Level 370.
I'll get auto brake low, terrain on 8.
Tomjet 701, you can climb flight level 380. 380,
Alright, ICBAT is our next restriction, 7,000 at 220 knots. I was going to go into open descent here and kind of
WestJet 354, Toronto Center, good evening. You're clear to
take over
Halifax
descent. So it looks like the aircraft was
for departure, Lava transition, flight plan route. You can expect runway 06 left
full.
departure, squawk 0542.
Yeah, so it's having a hard time maintaining. Let me go on to manage here and bleed off some of this speed.
WestJet 354, your way back is correct. Pushing start. At your discretion, information is still Bravo. Call me for taxi.
We've got a 37 knot tailwind that's not helping us out here, so that's part of the problem. Throw out some spoilers here to help us out. Gorgeous sunset. This is really my my favorite time to fly in the sim is dawn and dusk. My favorite times, I should say, is dawn and dusk. Alright, that's 10,000 feet. We'll get our speed below 250 knots and we'll get our landing lights on. No smoking on. Let the cabin know we're making our final approach. Why does up here look so dark?
Canada 892, descend 8,000. 8,000.
is kind of dark enough now for us to get our nav lights to 2 and our wing lights on. This aircraft sounds so amazing. Alright, he did restrict us at 7,000, so that's where we will hold until instructed further. And we can go back into managed. We'll close the spoilers and speed checks flaps 1.
Velocity 150, runway 06 left, altimeter 3064. Taxi via Alpha Juliet, Bravo, Delta, cross runway 33 right, hold short runway 06 left.
And the kilometer is 3064, via Alpha Juliet, Bravo, Delta, cross 33 right, and hold short 06 left. Velocity 150.
Velocity 150, just a correction. It's Alpha Juliet, then Bravo. The rest is unchanged.
Yeah, Alpha Juliet, then that's velocity 150.
Thanks. Canada 77360, descend 5,000.
5,000 here, Canada 7736. 5,000.
Canada 892, descend 6,000.
6,000, here Canada 800.
Canada 7736 on your present heading, join the localizer, clear the ILS runway 6 left.
On present heading, join the localizer, ILS runway 6 left here, Canada 7736.
Toronto Center, WestJet 254, ready for taxi.
Alright folks, we are going to go sterile cockpit as we make our final approach here, and we will
4, runway 6
see you under landing.
altimeter 3064, taxi via Alpha Lima, Bravo, Delta, cross runway 33 right, hold short runway 06 left.
Okay, taxi Alpha Lima, Bravo, Delta, cross 33 right, short 06 left, with the altimeter 30,
Kind of cloudy coming in here. We did mention the need for anti-ice potentially. We've got no icing warning. Take a look at our indicator here. Nothing there. And nothing on the wings. And we'll join the localizer now. Alt star, loc star. And we forgot to arm the localizer switches. And Air Canada 7736 confirming you did not clear us for the approach, you just cleared us to capture the localizer.
7736, you are cleared the ILS 06 left.
So we are cleared the approach, runway 06 left now. Thank you, Air Canada 7736.
Canada 892, descend 4,000.
Okay, we are cleared the approach. We're coming in a bit high, which is why I confirmed. Just want to make sure performance is not activated, but it is now. Alright, speed checks for flaps 2. Got about 10 miles to go. We're about 1,000 feet too high. Let's correct here.
Canada 2855, contact Montreal Center now on 128.77, good night.
Flaps 3, gear down.
77, you're getting moving back.
Canada 892, right heading 330.
Great, 330.
Cabin secured. Thank you, Tammy.
Canada 7736, winds are 090, 12 knots, clear to land, runway 06 left.
Clear land, runway 06 left, Air Canada 7736. We have been cleared to land.
2,500.
2,500 checked. My aircraft. Got a slight crosswind at the moment, 4 knots. This approach altitude is 3,100 set. 5 to go. Final configurations. Landing checklist, gear down, 3 greens, auto brake low, flaps full, all lights as required, spoilers armed, cabin crew has been advised, and we have been clear to land. 06 left, go around altitude set. Certainly noticing some laggy performance here, just because of the poor visibility. PBR going on at the airport over there. Hopefully that does not affect our landing too much. Three miles to go. Slight correction for wind.
WestJet 354 after the landing, A320, which will be passing right to left. Line up and wait, runway 06 left.
Okay, we'll line up and wait, runway 06 left, after the landing,
500.
500 check, stable.
100 above. 300. Minimum
Continue.
200. 100.
The lag.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 5,
Spoilers, reverse green, decel. Let's go for manual braking here.
Canada 7736, welcome to Toronto. Take next available exit to the right, report vacated.
To the right or left?
7736, my apologies. Left.
Left enable, 7736 will report. Seven 736 is clear at Charlie 3 off of 06 left.
WestJet 25 for traffic on the 7 mile
1 hour
final
and
wind
28 minutes.
09013 knots clear, takeoff runway 06 left. Air Canada 7736, thank you very much. And where are you parking tonight?
We're going to park at 176 for Air Canada 7736.
7736, continue straight ahead onto Charlie, then take the next left and ramp on Delta Tango. Ramp your discretion, have a great night.
Continue straight ahead on Charlie, left and ramp Delta Tango, and you have a great evening. Maybe talking to you soon for the turnaround. If not, take care. Air Canada 7736.
Roger, good night.
Alright, we are down. Let's clean up. Wasn't too bad, especially for our first time back in the sim after quite some time. And we did have some lag there on final. There goes that
Canada
aircraft
892,
taking
winds
off.
090 at 12 knots, clear to land, runway 06 left. WestJet C54, roughly bouncing altitude.
They're to our left.
Passing 2,200.
WestJet C54, you identified, climb flight level 230.
Current maintain flight level 230. WestJet 254.
Velocity 150 after the landing. Air Canada 737 aircraft passing from your right to left. Line up on way runway 06 left.
I don't know where these parking.
After the landing, aircraft line up on weight 06 left. Velocity 150.
Under A. Oh, there we go, gates.
WestJet C54, you can turn right direct to Alcott now.
Right direct out. WestJet
76. Follow me and Air Canada.
Air Canada 680, contact Montreal Centre 128.77, have a great night.
277 Air Canada 680.
Air Mexico 312, you with me? Air Canada 892, welcome to Toronto. Take next available exit to the left, report vacated. Velocity 150, wind 090, 12 knots, clear takeoff, runway 06 left.
Clear for takeoff, 06 left, velocity 150, thanks.
Alright, 176 is just over here off to our right.
Toronto Center, this night, Aeromexico 312 with you.
Mexico 312, Toronto Center, good evening. You'll be expecting runway 05 for landing tonight. Information Bravo is current.
Toronto Center, can you repeat me, please?
Mexico 312, expect runway 05 for landing, and information Bravo is current. Velocity 150, report your passing altitude.
2000,
Velocity 150, identified, climb, flightable P3d. Mexico 312, descend west ready, 7,000, Toronto altimeter 3064. Mexico
Good, she
312,
says.
you there?
Parking brakes. 1 hour and 44 minutes block. We can kill 2. Kill 1. Doors unlocked. Parked a bit too short. Wait,
Velocity 150, turn right direct to Alcott, on course.
I can go to 1.
turn right direct to Alcott for velocity 150.
WestJet 254, climb, flightable 350.
Flight level 350, WestJet 254.
Mexico 312, read your text.
Toronto Center, WestJet 254. I'm gonna have to reset. I've got a dip problem.
WestJet 254, roger that, no problem.
Thanks so much. I'll probably call back in a bit.
Ground
No worries,
checks.
thank you.
And so we can keep the aircraft a bit warm here. It is pretty cold in Toronto.
Velocity 150, climb, flightable 350.
Seatbelts off.
Up to flight level 350, velocity 150.
Mexico 312, you need to respond, please.
And that is us down in Toronto. John, did you record? I want to see you landing. Whose audio, mine or the controllers?
Okay, baggage handling is complete and the aircraft is clear.
Let's see. Don't even know. The landing felt good, but let's see what did that pop up for you
Aeromexico
there?
312, descend to 7,000, altimeter 5064.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Negative 256, according to ACARS. Negative 256, Fitch Street. 5 knot deviation from rerun. 144 block, flight time 1 hour 27 minutes. Not too bad. release the parking brake. We've got chuck set. Alright folks, I think we're going to do another flight. Still pretty early for us here on the West Coast. I will just be gone for a quick second. I will be right back.
Jet 357, your readback is correct. Push and start is at your discretion. Call me when ready for taxi. Information Bravo is correct.
Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye. No. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. I'm never gonna let you go. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna give. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna say goodbye, no. Never gonna give. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Gonna give. Never gonna give. Never gonna give. Never gonna give. Never gonna give you up. Gonna give. Never gonna give.
I wonder what went wrong today, eh? Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say, eh? To say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm.
All right, I am back. So I've decided to do another quick leg. We're gonna do Toronto to Boston, but I'm gonna do this from scratch and kind of show you guys. Like I said, someone's been asking, Oswaldo was asking, to show some of some of my flight planning tools and some of the things that I use to carry out a normal flight. So I'm going to start from scratch. I'm actually going to show you guys the FlightAware website where I get my flights from, and then we shall go from there. So this is FlightAware.com. It is a public website for the most part. I mean, you can become a member and subscribe to certain levels of subscription, but to be honest, for what we use in the flight sim community is just a straight up hobby. The freeware version or even just a website without being a member is quite fine enough. I think other folks like avid aviation enthusiasts that follow certain aircrafts or do reporting on certain trends and whatnot may subscribe and pay for certain levels of services, but for the most part, the regular website will get you what you need. So like I said, I've decided to do Toronto to Boston. This is obviously done in a Sky regional aircraft. It's Air Canada's regional carrier, which I believe their call sign is Maple. I've already went into my spiel about the whole E-Jets. It's not an aircraft that I'm interested at the moment as it is. So we're going to fly this flight using different equipment. We'll use the FSLABS A320 because that's what we're currently in. And after all, this is flight sim. You can fly whatever you want to wherever you want. So we will do Sky Regional 76, but we'll take the Air Canada call sign instead. So generally what I do is, if I show you guys from scratch, I go to FlightAware.com, I put in the route that I want, so CYYZ to Boston, and I generally try to look for a route that is closest to my departure time. So for example, this flight just took off, I believe, so we can use this. Actually took off 24 minutes ago, but the next closest flight is about an hour and a half away from departure. We'll be gone before then, hopefully. So we'll use this flight. Then what I scroll down to is I generally try to find the gate. So I kind of want to mimic that the gates that that aircraft is or that airliner is using at those airports, because that then helps me plan my runways as well. There's no gate information here, unfortunately, so sometimes what you could do is go back to historical routes and take a look. So for example, F64 is the departure gate out of Toronto, so the F gates, we're going to use 176 because that's where we are at the moment from our MSP flight. But into Boston, we're going to look for gate B2, Bravo 2. So we'll look for the Bravo 2 gate. So we'll go back to the actual flight. So F76, which doesn't pertain to us at this moment, but Bravo 2 is our arrival gate. The next thing I do is look for the actual routing, and then I copy that over into SimBrief. Everybody should know what SimBrief is, but if you don't, quick overview, SimBrief is a virtual flight planning tool that you can use to plan your everyday virtual flights. Obviously, the disclaimer being, you should not use this for real-world planning. Although this is as close to real world as possible. I mean, it's the same routing that these aircrafts are using in the real world at this very moment. You should not use this tool for real world planning purposes. And I think there are disclaimers in the website somewhere that mimics that. But this is your flight planning and dispatch tool. So we'll go ahead to new flight. We will go ahead and do Air Canada, what did I say, 7676. And YYZ, Boston. Departure time, 105 Zulu. We'll make that 110. We're in the A320. Again, when I do another video that kind of gets more into detail, I'll explain what some of this stuff means. But again, you can take a look at some of the tutorials for this website that kind of walks you through what each of these phases mean. I guess we could do that real quick. Obviously, you've got your airline, self-explanatory, flight number, departure and arrival cities, and your alternate. You can change your alternates. It generally populates in auto for you. Kennedy would be our most appropriate alternate for this flight, weather considering. And if I'm not mistaken, SimBrief does take into account weather when it's planning your alternate for you. So we did check the weather at Kennedy is good. Weather at Boston is good too. So if we're diverting, it's not for weather. It's probably because on VATSIM, maybe there's too much aircrafts in the area. If there's a F&O going on or some kind of event, we'll either log off or we'll ask for a diversion to Kennedy. I don't anticipate that tonight, however. Cruise profile kind of lets the aircraft know the cruise profile, so it's going to have an impact on your speed and altitudes, as well as your climb and descent profiles. Again, I am no expert in any of this stuff. There are a lot of people across the flight sim community that can kind of get more into detail about it. Just giving you guys the information that I know off the top of my head. For the A320, I generally use a cruise profile of 35, which is pretty high, but I like to go fast. Cell cal, FID number, registration, don't really need to change any of that. Not important. Runway departure runway. So we know we just came into 6 left, so we'll use 6 left. Into Boston. So now this will bring me to my other tool that I use that I showed you guys earlier in the stream. It is flightradar.com. Another another public website that you can access. So if let's say we're at Toronto and there's no air traffic control on and we didn't know what the actives were currently, we can take a look here at this website and it'll show us here. So obviously these aircrafts are taxiing out and getting ready to line up for 06 left. You'll need to obviously know what runway numbers these are. You can refer to your charts, or if you know the airport well enough, like I do most of them, you'll know that this runway here is 06 left. So that is the active. We know that. And then Boston tonight. And again, VATSIM generally, for the most part, uses the real-world active. So that's generally what you can expect. Boston tonight looks like they are landing runway 27 for arrival this evening. So again, I fly into these airports often enough to know, offhand what these runways are. So this is your 22 right, your 22 left, your 4 left, 4 right at Boston, your 33 left, your 33 right, and this is your runway 27. So we will go ahead back to SimBrief and mark 27. I usually set cargo to auto, and I usually set packs to, in the Airbus A320, so about 150. Set that. YYZ, I like to put this in just for reference purposes. And shoot, I think we said B2. B2 was indeed the gate. And that is pretty much it. I usually leave the rest of this stuff on auto. Unless it's a really short flight, like sometimes LAX to Vegas, if you let SimBrief give you the altitude, it's going to be an altitude too high for that routing. You're never going to get to that climb. So I would take the flight aware altitude of that real world route. fuel. Sometimes for certain aircrafts like Quality Wings, the fuel burn is a bit off. It's gotten better with the latest updates and whatnot, but I generally take extra fuel when I'm doing those cross the pond flights in the Quality Wings aircrafts. And then if it's like a FNO or any other type of VATSIM event, and I do have the patience to hold or anything like that, I want to take some extra fuel for that as well. But again, if we take a look at VPilot, or sorry, not VPilot, but the online VATSIM website, doesn't appear to be a ton of aircrafts coming into Boston tonight. There is an event that involves some of the Canadian airports up here, like St. John's and whatnot, but no event that's going to heavily have traffic coming into Boston, so we should be fine. And that's pretty much it. I go ahead and I generate official flight plan. And there you have your flight plan generated. So I obviously check for any kind of discrepancies or mistakes. Like in the real world, you can't, heavily rely on your flight planning tool and then take it for gospel. You've got to check and double check and triple check certain things. So our flight number, our aircraft, our origin and destinations, our alternate appear to be okay. 350 for that length of routing should be fine. So we're not going to change that. We're looking at an air time of 58 minutes and a block time of 126. 0 fuel weights, takeoff weight are well within parameters of the aircraft that we're taking. 13.8 for the block fuel, or 13.6 rather. We should end up with about 7.5 tons of fuel upon arrival into Boston. We've got a CI of 35, average winds 298 at 6.8, distance 431. Again, I just really spot check a lot of this thing to make sure that it's accurate, and it certainly is. Here is your map, so to speak, that kind of gives you overlays of certain things as it relates to your routing. So obviously you have your route. If this was an ETOP flight, you can get your ETOPs or your equal time point waypoints and rings. It's obviously not an ETOPS flight. You've got all the airports if you want to see that, your VORs, your NDBs, your waypoints, your airways, your NATs. Again, we are not on a NAT track. We're not crossing the pond here. AutoSOTS tracks, not really sure what that is. Your FIRs, UIRs. The things that I use the most is the precipitation and significant weather, and obviously the wind. So you're looking at an average of here, tailwinds of about roughly over 60 knots. So it should be a nice flight into Boston. I always check the significant weather and precipitation just to kind of see if we're going to have any kind of turbulence. Doesn't appear to be, but there's another tool that I check for that as well, and I'll show you that in a minute. But that's our routing. We can obviously go more into detail about each waypoint and all that stuff, but that's for another time. We can review our weather. We're at Toronto right now. Obviously, we know what the weather and condition is like because we just came into Toronto. Boston, you're looking winds out of the north at 9 knots, or roughly north. 10 statute of a mile, clear skies, altimeter 3056, nothing significant to expect there by way of weather. New York or Kennedy has similar weather as well. A lot of this stuff will tell you certain things about the airports, like certain taxiways or runways that may be closed, construction in the area, a whole host of things that is included in real-world flight planning softwares as well. Things that your airliners and their dispatchers use day in and day out. So it is a really great tool, and it is a freeware tool, by the way. SimBrief is, for those of you that do not know. Next step is to pre-file the flight plan if you're going to be flying online. I do 99.9% of my flights online, so generally pre-file the VATSIM. It populates all the information you need, so you don't need to go back to vPilot and fill all of that in. So we'll go ahead and file that, and it retains your flight plan for about 2 hours. So as long as you log on to vPilot within the 2-hour window, you should be fine. I think that is it by way of flight planning. So like I said, I go to FlightAware to get my routing, call signs, all that good stuff. I take the routing from FlightAware, the gate assignments, and then you go into SimBrief and kind of plug it all in, and it spits out all the information that you need. Certain routings aren't available for a lot of the European routes. So you kind of got to rely on SimBrief to give you that. And that's one thing I didn't show. I'll show you next time. So use SimBrief to give you some of the routes. I generally use FlightAware because it's more, real time and up to the minute. So that's that. We've got that filed. Next up is Navigraph. Those of you familiar with Navigraph, a couple months ago it went through a significant update. That has included many different features. Again, a lot of these tools I can spend a whole session on. I'm just touching on them at a high level right now because we got to get this flight underway. But this is Navigraph. We'll go ahead and pull our flight from SimBrief. That's the other integration as well. That's really cool about SimBrief. It integrates to most of your add-on aircraft's CDU and FMCs, as well as your Navigraph account. So obviously it pulled our last flight, which we just filed, was YYZ to Boston. And we'll take a look at the routing here. Boston, we expect 06 left. Climb on heading is 057 at 1,000 feet. Continue climbing left 057. Expect radar vectors to our first approach fix. We'll brief that after we get clearance and all that good stuff. But that is our routing into Boston this evening. You also have the night mode as well that will probably turn on in a second as the sunset starts to set here in Southern California for us. That's pretty cool. Next up we have we'll go away from the charts for a second. We have SimBrief Downloader. So another component yet of SimBrief is a desktop application that allows you to download the flight plan that we just created into your add-on aircrafts, like I mentioned before. So and into other add-on products. So EFB for Aerosoft, which we'll go over in a minute. I'll download the flight plan that we just filed into that. FSX P3d, that is just the path that ActiveSky pulls the weather from. So we'll send our flight plan to that as well. And obviously we're flying the FSLABS A320, so we'll send our flight to that. So that is that for SimBrief Downloader. We've got to make some changes to the FSLABS route so that way it picks up in the make do properly. And from a flight planning standpoint, we are absolutely ready to go. So we'll jump back into the sim here. We'll log back on the VATSIM with our new call sign, which is Air Canada 7676. And we will get our flight planning underway. So Air Canada 786, 786, company route. pulls all of that information in from your SimBrief flight plan, which is pretty cool. 0 fuel weight for this flight, 131.4. And our block fuel is 13.6. Going to init. Canada 7676. En route time 0058. And we'll send that off. I did forget to kill the APU. We do not need that now. We're just burning fuel there. Initialization, I should say, received. Our departure time, we're going to make that 23:10. Block fuel is 13,684. 440-5697. Trip fuel, that checks, that all checks. We'll send that off so we can get fueling underway. Catering, start that as well. And we can start boarding, gosh, GSX, killing me. We can start boarding at 23:55. We got our initial load sheet, 131, 144, takeoff fuel 13.2. Everything lines up for the most part with our SimBrief flight plan. That is what we generally check when we get that, and we can go ahead and accept it. Our block time, or our scheduled slot times off block, no delay, 23:10, and expect a wheels up time at 23:29. Pretty straightforward. Our routing, we're gonna expect 6 left. Let's just take a look at ActiveSky and make sure the weather didn't change here in Toronto since we last came in. Not really, it's pretty much the same, so we'll expect 06 left. That's going to be the Mavin 2 departure. And that transition is Bimpa. Into Boston, like I said, per flight radar, they were landing the 27s, so hopefully we can get that as well. JFund 2 via's popped. It's good. There is a discon off the departure because that is a vector departure, so we'll leave that alone. But we'll make sure we don't have any other discons in the flight plan. So after Beampa, we go direct Avon. That's good. Check our distance and check our flight plan on SimBrief, 431. We got about 418. No biggie. And estimated fuel on board, we got 7.4. This was calling for 7.5. So it's all pretty close. We'll get our wind requests to get us even closer. Our SID, top altitude, it's probably going to be 5,000, but we will get further clarity on that once we call for our departure clearance. So we'll get that dialed in as well. fuel truck should be underway here. So it looks like Toronto Center logged off, but we do have approach on, so, and tower as well. So we'll call up tower first once we get a little closer to our departure time and get our departure clearance. We've got information Charlie at the moment, and it does appear that 6 left is still the departure runway that we can expect. Navigraph. I'm sorry, not Navigraph. EFB. Go ahead and show you that. So this is another nifty tool, Aerosoft EFB, that I love to fly with. Really can't fly without it, especially when you are going to or navigating airports that you are not really familiar with. It is a big help. First of all, we're here right now at Toronto, obviously at gate 176. We've also got other aircrafts in the area. We can see exactly what gates they're on. And by the way, this uses your the aircraft config file that is installed with your sim at the moment. So it is not pulling the charts from the real world or even from Navigraph, or like Navigraph does. It is actually depicting the add-on airport that you have installed in your sim, utilizing or reading that BGL file. So that's really convenient. So we're at 176. You've got a whole host of different statuses and features here. It knows that via FSUIPC, all you need is the freeware version of FSUIPC for this to work. Knows that we're in the A320. It's got the date, the time, airport elevation, transition level, winds. I mean, everything. It is a true EFB, which is why some of the add-on aircrafts that come with EFB I do not use, because this add-on tool here that I have on my left monitor is just a lot more all-encompassing and gives me a lot more information than even the add-on EFB tools that are in the add-on aircrafts today. So,
Jet 257, Toronto Center, good evening. Climb flight level
Boston,
370.
again, we use that SimBrief downloader to import that there. Air Canada 7676.
And Jet 257, heavy, duplicate squawk code, recycle transponder 0524.
That reminds me, we need to change our heading or description of this flight. Cool beans. Hopefully that's now reflecting the correct heading. Departure out of 6 left. We said it will be
Jet 257 heavy, Toronto Center 0524, received, thank you.
Bimpa, however you pronounce that transition. Arrival into Boston, we can expect 27 via the JFUN 2 pumped via Klane. You got that set as well. And taxi out to 06 left. Obviously, if you're on VATSIM, you're going to want to obey with the obey the taxi instructions that air traffic control will give you. But this gives you just a nice visual representation of most likely the taxi instruction that you get. So it's pretty cool. All right, we've got fueling going. We've got our passengers getting ready to board soon. I'm gonna go grab some coffee here so we can stay awake, and I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Looks like fueling is done. Passengers have began boarding, and we are waiting for baggage. See here, we've got our fuel uplink. Go ahead and put that in. Send it off to company. Clear that. We've got another company message. That's fine. We can get our departure clearance from tower. Oh, we've got ground on now as well, so we've got a lot of ATC on in the area. So things are starting to heat up on this Friday evening here on VATSIM. Let's go over to ground. Ground, good evening, Air Canada 7676, information Charlie, IFR clearance to Boston. It's file, please, when you have a moment.
Air Canada 7676, good evening, Toronto ground. You filed a Maybat 2 departure, which is looking for a valid props. Are you able to accept a Captain 2 departure? Kilo Echo Papa Tango Alpha 2.
Yeah, my mistake on that. That flight plan was for the regional carrier. That would explain that. We can accept the Captain 2 departure.
Roger. Air Canada 7676, clear to Boston via the Captain 2 departure, open transition, flight plan route. Depart runway 06 left, squawk 615.
Air Canada 7676, just go to Boston via the Captain 2 departure, bumper transition, flight plan routes. Depart runway 06 left, 6154, I believe the squawk was. Air Canada 7676.
Air Canada 7676, read back correct. Start at your discretion, call back.
Push star on discretion, we'll call, ready taxi, thank you, Air Canada 7676. So, well, that is another thing, as a great example as we go through our flight planning tools there and some of the software that I showed you. So like I mentioned, that this routing is generally done by the regional routes, and I guess that aircraft that generally does this route is probably a propeller aircraft, so that's why that departure was something that was reserved for them and not really for a jet engine. So some of those things you got to be cognizant of as well when you do your departures. I generally don't fly equipment that's different from the real routing, but sometimes you do get those kind of things that you got to be careful for. So that is no problem. We'll go ahead and switch out our departure. Still 6 left. Kept the 2, and the bumper transition is still the same. We'll go ahead and brief that SID in a second, but let me just make sure. So we got to clear this again. So after bumper, we'll go direct to Avon. All right, that looks good. Back over to our charts for a second. We want to change this SID to the Captain 2 bumper, and it's still 6 left. Out of this SID, still 6 left, unless otherwise time I ATC climb 057 and 1,000 feet. So the departure is essentially the same. I suspect that oh wait, no, I didn't change that. Whoops. Let's try that again. Captain 2, 6 left. Okay, yeah, so it is the same. I suspect the only difference is with this and the Maven 2 is probably the speed restrictions, because obviously a jet engine is going to climb faster than a propeller plane. So Other than that, the procedure itself is relatively the same. We'll go to EFB and change that as well, though. So departure, 6 left.
Toronto ground.
Captain
Good
Sim,
evening,
Papa.
Captain 420.
All right, looks good. Our
Aircraft 420, runway 06 left.
passengers have boarded. Baggage is going, so we can get the AP on.
Bravo Delta, cross 33 right. 006 left.
Get that on as well. No need for it to be that much warmer in the cabin. We got a lot of body heat in there now, so we'll turn that down. Let's see if Black Box has some engine out procedures for YYZ. He indeed does, so we'll go ahead and take a look at that. So YYZ, NADP2, we're not really within the time frame of that. It's only 8 p.m. on the East Coast, so I'm not worried about NADP2, but if we were doing noise abatement procedure 2, that'll be your thrust reduction and acceleration. Actually, we'll simulate it just so I can show you guys where that's put in for those of you that do not know. And your engine out acceleration out of 6 left and all of the other runways is 2100. In case of an engine failure, you're going to fly on a track of 057, which is essentially runway heading to 20 nautical miles and hold. So let me show you guys what that looks like in the McDo.
Gentlemen, doors to the aircraft have been closed. U.S. regulations require all large personal electronic devices to be turned off and stowed at this time. You can continue to use your small airway devices. Please make sure they are switched to airplane. These devices must be unplugged from the outlet, carried in your back pocket, and placed in your pocket or held. If it becomes necessary, the captain may request that all devices be turned off during the flight.
Where was I going? Oh, yes. So in the McDo, we will go to our performance page. Thrust reduction and acceleration is 1570. Our engine out, 2100 feet. That's that. Our radio fix, so in case we have a engine failure on departure. .057 radio to a distance of 20 nautical miles, and we will hold. Secondary flight plan, so in the event that we can't figure it out in the air, well, obviously if it's an engine failure, we got to come back nonetheless, but any other type of failure, we need to return back to the airport. We will come back into YYZ, and we'll request 6 left. No star. And we'll have that there. Show you guys what that looks like.
Hey, firm, you're kind of headed to a dead end there.
So we've got our radio fix information plugged in there, and our secondary flight plan information depicted on there as well. And we can just step through our routing, make sure nothing looks funky, and that looks all good. All right, looks like we've got, we can start the APU. Looks like we've got some company messages that we need to attend to. So first of all, our load sheets. Let's make sure it's not too far off from what we filed and what was on our initial load sheet. It is not. It's 131.3. Zero fuel weight CG is 31.2. That's quite fine, well within the limits of this aircraft. We're going to go ahead and accept the load sheet. We're going to do our performance request. anti-ice. What's our temp? I think we're still -6, yes. But we have no real visible moisture, so I'm not going to go with anti-ice. And ActiveSky is telling me there's no icing in the area, so we won't worry about that. Wind 080 at 10. QNH 3063. Temperature -6.
American 2025, Toronto ground, 359.
MacTow 30.1.
American 2025,
144.5.
Airport is the Captain 2.
Looks like we got another aircraft going to Boston as well.
Depart runway 06
I'll
left.
go ahead and send that off. Alright, so now we're just waiting for our performance numbers, and then we should be good. No reason why we can't push back though. So, let's do our pre-departure checks. All of our doors are closed. Get our cabin door closed as well. Get our transponder on. We'll get APU bleed, fuel pumps.
And information Charlie's current. Your readback is correct. Push starts at your discretion. Call for taxi.
Let me set our parking brakes. And we can disconnect GPU, disconnect the air conditioning and the ground chunks. And we will get our beacon light on. And we will call for push and start. No, we don't need any de-icing.
Precautions are enforced. Delay your engine start until push complete and the aircraft is clear. Good day, Captain. The tug is connecting now, so we'll be pushing back in just a couple of minutes. Can you please confirm that your parking brake is set?
Brakes are set. Company message. It is our performance numbers nonetheless. Alright, we're going 1 down, 0.3. Flexing a 58. 50, 50, and 51 are
Toronto
our
ground,
V
this
speeds.
K124 at grade 131. Information Charlie on board, ready to taxi.
The bypass is inserted.
K124, roughly 06 left, kilometer 3063. Taxi Alpha Kilo Bravo Delta.
First release.
33 right, full short 06 left.
Quick edit.
Runway 06 left via Alpha Kilo Bravo Delta, cross 33 right, and hold short of 6 left, this K124.
Let's push back this way. You know what, whatever. We'll leave it as it is. Oh, shoot.
Precautions are enforced. Delay your engine start until push complete and the aircraft is clear.
Alright, that is going to put us in the middle of the apron, but whatever. I'm not worried about it. Let's get 1 and 2 fired up.
Prepare doors for departure and cross-check. Stand by for roll call.
It's number 2 coming to left.
Again, 420. Track construction. We'll get you to Tango. You can cross 33 right there, and then you go left on Foxtrot Delta. Those are 0.
Airbus A320.
pushback is complete.
Take a long way to the end, and then make a left on Foxtrot, then a right on Delta.
Let's say we got a good start. Two is good. Number one coming alive.
Two on each side of the aircraft. If these doors are open in an emergency, flights will automatically inflate. In a water landing, flights detach from the aircraft and are used for flotation. There are also 4 window exits over the wings. When open, manned flights will automatically inflate.
Tug is disconnected, Captain, and clear. Bypass vent has
Advised by crew member. All 8 exits are marked with overhead signs. Please look around and locate the 2 exits nearest to your seat. The closest exit being
clear left hand right. Disconnecting now. Have a good flight. Bye-bye.
Alright. And Air Canada 76 information, Charlie radio, taxi 06 left.
Air Canada 7676, runway 06 left, altimeter 3063. Can you make that right on Delta Papa, or is that too?
Yeah, we'll make it. We were kind of got weird with our GSX quick edit pushback, so it kind of stuck us here. But yeah, we can make that turn.
Okay, Roger. 06 left, Delta Papa, Delta cross 33 right, and 06 left.
06 left, Delta Papa, Delta, cross 33 right, full short 06 left, Air Canada 7676. Alright. Taxi light on, release the parking brakes. Quick flight controls check, full up, center, pull down, center, pull left, center, all right, center, rudder, left, whoops, center, full right, center. Flight controls check is complete. Let's spin this bad boy around. Add some power here. Clear left, never cleared right.
SK-124, give way to the Airbus A330 that will be coming from Foxtrot. Roger, we have an sight and we're giving way to the Airbus SK-124.
Clear.
AirCab 420, contact Toronto Tower 118.7, take care. 117, AirCab 420, thank you very much. Bye-bye.
John, yeah man, we still going. It's been quite some time since I've flown, so I am catching up here. You still awake? Isn't it what, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so 2 a.m. your time over there? We're crossing, we've been cleared to cross the runway here, so it's not inactive. I'm not gonna put the strobes on. 1:30, dude, I'd be long asleep by now. You good, bro, you good. Not me. You're barely awake.
Escape 124, contact tower 118.7. 118.7, have a good one. Escape 124. Take care.
Yeah, you should sleep, but I know you, man. You're gonna get like 2 hours and be right up again. This aircraft is picking up so much speed on taxi. There goes that A330. Not sure where he's off to.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll shortly
Freestyle Aviation, good evening, my friend. How are you?
with blinding hours of darkness. You'll find the switch for your individual lighting panel above your head or in your armrest.
Air Canada 7676, contact Toronto Tower 118.7.
18.7, we'll see you, Air Canada 7676.
See ya.
Flight attendants, please be seated for departure.
Tower, good evening, Air Canada 7676, approaching 06 left.
Air Canada 7676, Toronto Tower, good evening.
That is Tammy telling me the cabin's ready.
All set back here, cabin secure.
Thank you. Cabin secure. Takeoff config normal.
Scan 124, maintain runway heading on departure. Call me when airborne. Wind 090 at 11, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left.
Runway 06 left, cleared for takeoff, maintain runway heading, Biscayne 124.
Alright, my friends, he's probably going to tell us to line up a wait here momentarily, so I am going sterile cockpit, and I will talk to you guys airborne.
Air Canada 7676, line up and wait, runway 06 left.
I have a wait 06 left here, Canada 7676. TARA. Here we get the strobes on. Packs off. I'm not sure why I'm sinking into the ground here at Toronto. Oh well.
Biscayne 124, airborne 1,500 feet.
Scan 124, contact departures 128.8, bye-bye.
128.8, good night.
Air Canada 7676, maintain runway heading on departure. Call me when airborne. wind 090 at 11, clear for takeoff, runway 06 left.
Clear for takeoff 06 left, maintain runway heading, we'll call airborne, Air Canada 7676. We have been clear for departure, takeoff lights. Start the clock. Stable. Thrust set, man, flex 58, SRS runway, auto thrust is blue. It's 80 knots.
V1.
Slowly rotate here. Positive rate. Here's coming up. Heading. And Air Canada 7676, airborne out of 1.3.
Canada 7676, maintain encouraging contact direction 128, decimal legal by.
28, we'll have a great evening, 7676. Severe ice detected. Alright, that's thrust climb, open climb, alt blue. Departure, good evening, Air Canada 7676 out of 2.9.
Air Canada 7676, Toronto departure, you're identified. Welcome aboard. Climb 7,000, maintain runway heading for now.
7,000, runway heading for now, Air Canada 7676. So I screwed that one up, so it looks like we did need anti-ice on departure. I mean, ActiveSky was telling us there was no icing conditions present. I guess we had partly cloudy skies and we were -6, so probably should have used it for safe. To be on the safe side anyway, but whatever. Glad to have icing detection present in this aircraft to help us out with that. Above S speed here, we can start to clean up. Flaps 0. Spoilers disarmed. Put these lights off.
Air Canada 7676, turn right, direct mobile on course, climb flight level 230.
Right direct mobile on course, Air Canada 7676.
And Air Canada 7676, just confirming at climb flight level 230.
Apologies, and 230 for the altitude, Air Canada 7676. First climb, open climb, alt blue, and we are direct mobile. Takeoff checklist, gears up, lights off, flaps retracted, spoilers disarmed, lights as required, packs are on, and we'll note we've still got wing and engine anti-ice on. You can really hear the engine struggling with the
anti-ice. Contact Toronto Center 125.77.
Anti-ice on.
125.77. Have a great one. Whiskey 124.
The way FSLABS models their aircraft is just at another level, man. We're kind of wide on this departure, on this turn.
Actually, you can proceed direct Rycom on course.
Direct Rycom on course, Air Canada 7676. Probably should have restricted our speed a little bit. That way we could have made that turn a bit tighter, but it is what it is. 10,000 feet. Landing lights off. Wing lights can go. And no smoking. Auto. Still hand flying her. Alright, ice is no longer detected. We'll kill the anti-ice just to help our climb performance here and our fuel burn. And we'll go autopilot 1 and we can start to clean up the McDo. Radio fix. No need to return to Toronto at this time. Secondary flight plan. We are on the way to Boston.
Aircat 7676, contact Toronto Center, 125.77, good night.
2577, you have a great evening, Aircat 7676. Toronto Center, good evening, Aircat 7676 out of 13.9 for flight level 230.
Aircat 7676, Toronto Center, good evening, climb flight level 350.
350, Aircat 7676.
This game 124, leaving my airspace to the south. Cleveland
350,
Center is going
I'm
offline
flying
shortly. You can monitor Unicom 122.8. Radar services is terminated. Have a great night. Quick air over to you, the car. You have a great night, this game 124.
Alright, 18,000, standard set and cross checked.
.com 717 Heavy, Pearson altimeter 3062, when ready, descend 7,000. Okay, 7,000, we're heading down now, .com 717.
any of you folks here own any of the recently released aircrafts like the Aerosoft A330 or the Embraer E-Jets? Happy to know, get a feel for what you guys' opinions are on the aircraft or on the aircrafts. Kind of shared with you guys a little earlier, for those of you that were on the stream, kind of my viewpoints on them. Again, with the caveat that I don't own any of them, obviously, but just looking at some, you know, real reviews and comments from some really respectable people in the flight sim community. Obviously, like I mentioned, you should, you know, if you really want to know what a product feels like and looks like, and you know, that doesn't just apply to, you know, the flight sim community, but anything in general. You should obviously test it out for yourself. But some of the things there that folks were calling out was quite apparent, and I've decided to hold off on purchasing any of those aircrafts for now. I am looking forward to, though, however, is the Airbus A321 from FSLABS. Cannot wait for that to come out. Lots of hype around that one, and rightfully so.
American 916, Toronto Center. Good evening and welcome aboard. Verify altimeter 29902. Yeah, we're on that. United 158 Heavy, leaving my airspace to the southwest. Cleveland Center is offline. Radar services are terminated. Frequency change approved. Have a great night.
Going to Unicom 122.8. We'll see ya. Guy 150 heavy.
.com 717 heavy, contact arrival 132.8, good night. 132.8, .com 717 heavy. American, correction, Air Canada 7676, contact Boston Center 134.7, have a great night.
347, you have a great evening, Air Canada 7676.
To Charlie Alpha, the airport is at your 11 o'clock at 9 miles, report the site. 322 Charlie Alpha, you cleared visual approach, rolling 15. Breakout 3466, contact Moncton Center on 132.8.
132.8, breakout 3466, thanks for the service.
Excuse me.
Boston Center.com 704, level of 5000.
.com 704, Boston Center, radar contact, climb and maintain 6000.
I maintain 6000, .com 704.
Delta 225 heavy, climb and maintain, flight level 310.
310, Delta 225 heavy.
35 Center, maintain
Man, this guy must be the only controller on for Boston. I can't even get in to contact him. Boston Center, good evening, Air Canada 7676 with you, passing through flight level 310.
Air Canada 7676, Boston Center, right.
Say again for Southwest 776.
Southwest 776. Sorry, I didn't.
I apologize, I heard the 76 at the end.
Oh, 776, tell you what, clear right Nelly on course.
Clear direct Nelly on course, Southwest 776, thank you, sir.
.com 704, climb and maintain, flight level 330.
I maintain flight level 330, .com 704.
Delta 1237, Center, maintain 3000.
Down to 3000, Delta 1237.
Okay, Express 219, you on this frequency?
Would you express to 19?
Roger, thank you.
Boston Center, Biscayne 124, reach you level 350.
Biscayne 124, Boston Center, good evening, squawk 4725.
4725, coming up.
United 1035, Center, maintain 2000.
Down to 2000, United 1035.
WestJet 3609, contact Toronto Center 125.77.
12577.
United 1035 to right, heading 180 back to the final.
180, United 1035.
Biscayne 124, radar contact 5 miles west of Ithaca, maintain flight level 350.
Maintain level 350, Biscayne 124.
Air Canada 7637, contact Montreal, arrival 132.85.
132.85 for Air Canada 7637.
November 322, Charlie Alpha, wind calm, runway 15, clear to land.
West, that's 3609. What was that frequency again?
United 1035, to right, heading 240, intercept the localizer.
240 to intercept the 1035.
WestJet 3609, contact Toronto Center 125.7.
I just realized I did forget to show you guys one more tool that I did say I was going to show, but forgot to. So take a look back over here on the other monitor. The Pyreps, real world Pyreps from pilots to kind of help you depict or determine where the turbulences are going to be in certain regions. So obviously for our routing, we look pretty clear into Boston, so no issues, and that coincides with our flight plan as well. We didn't really see anything there. However, if you are flying through or in between the midwestern part of the United States or the central part of the United States, you certainly have some turbulences there. So anywhere from light to moderate chop, don't really see any severe or extreme turbulences. But if you have ActiveSky, and better yet, if you have RealTurb, those applications installed, you definitely would see some turbulences if you're flying through these areas at the moment. So another nifty tool that I use when I'm flight planning. Not quite sure what's causing all that turbulence. There may be a winter storm in that area. We should probably take a look at our flight plan to tell us. Not really. So it just appears to be so we got low pressure here. So you've got low pressure around this region. You've got storm cell that's moving its way up northeast as well. So definitely that's probably why you see some of that turbulence here in this area.
American 2606, Boston Center, Roger. Delta 1237, 7 miles from Lunar, maintain 3000 until established on the localizer. Quit ILS runway 27 approach. 3000 until established, quit ILS 27 approach. Delta 1237.
Alright, we are level 350. Seatbelt signs off. Let's increase our speed a bit here to Mach 0.80. Got about 134 miles to the top of this set. We can expect to land here in about 45 minutes.
Delta 1237, contact Boston Tower 128.8, good night. Over Tower 28.8, Delta 1237, see ya.
I guess we can prep our arrival now into Boston. See if we can get the latest ATIS and METARs.
Jedi 420, contact Moncton Center on 132.8.
So we've got information Gulf.
132.8, Jedi 420.
Logan. So we've got wind still out of the north at 7 knots, 10 statutes of a mile clear. Temperature -1 degree Celsius, dew point -12, altimeter 3053. So we can go ahead and plug some of that in. Pretty cold there in Boston as well. And 310 at 7. Approaches are being conducted to converging runways, ILS runway 27. We knew we could expect that. We've got that plugged into the approach as well. they're actually landing 3-2s as well, and they're departing 3-3 left.
WestJet 254, contact
Aircraft feedback, hold short. Instructions, obviously. Got construction, etc., etc., etc.
AC 4033, contact
good.
center on 134.25.
I've actually got some updated weather now. Let me check ActiveSky just to make sure that corresponds to what I'm seeing here. Yes, so that is closer. So 320 at 12 now. That ATIS information will probably update shortly. And altimeter is now 3057. Alright, that looks good. For our arrival, go ahead and take a look at our charts. The JFun 2 arrival tonight. Got a bunch of different altitude restrictions and speed restrictions. Seats 280 above 21. Double above 17. Base says above 14. BAT 250 knots above 9. Autumn 270 between 12 and 11. Winter at 250 between 10 and 8. Etc., etc., etc. So we'll check the McDo and make sure those altitude restrictions are programmed in. Let's take a look to see what the minimums are for runway 27 at Boston. 443. We'll go with the MDA 460.
Victor Boston Center, good evening. Radar contact 10 miles west of Syracuse. Maintain flight level 310.
Maintain flight level 310. Cargo 20 Victor.
And we'll land flaps full at Boston. So that looks good. 99 miles on top of the descent. We'll probably get that a little earlier as well. But our approach is pretty much briefed, and we are ready for the arrival.
922 Charlie, across runway 15 and taxi the ramp remains frequency good night.
Boston departure, Ember 8952, I'll be with you out of 1200 for 5,000.
Ember 8952 Boston Center, good evening. Radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Up to 330, Ember 8952, Heavy.
American 2606, descend and maintain flight level 190.
Boston Center, good evening. United 954 here with you. 17,000 direct Marion.
United 954 Boston Center. Verify your direct merit. Looks like you're turning southbound.
Yeah, Roger. We're having some MCP troubles. Can you just throw us a heading real quick and we'll get back on track here?
Yeah, 954. Flight heading 075.
Heading 075, 954 will come.
Yeah, 954. Climb and maintain flight level 210. Expect vectors all the way in.
Flight level 210. We're expecting vectors.
Delta 178 Boston Center, descend to maintain, flight level 230.
Descend to 230, Delta 178.
WestJet 396, contact Moncton Center 134.25.
134.25, WestJet 396.
American 2606, descend via the Roebuck pre-arrival, runway 27, to Boston altimeter 3057.
Boston Center Delta 164 passing 9,200 to flight level 170, 22 nautical mile from Merit.
Delta 164 Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 260.
Climb and maintain flight level 260.
Alright folks, we are about 54 miles out from our top of descent.
Sorry, mid-altitude, climb and maintain flight level 220.
Bouncing around just a little bit, but we are doing Mach 0.80 with a tailwind of 83 knots, so that's probably why.
Southwest 225, Boston Center, squawk 4745. 4745.
Boston Center, Korean Air 185. Can I getting the direct point Aussie?
Korean Air 185, Korean Air Aussie.
Korean Air Aussie, thank you sir. Korean Air 185.
Delta 3366, looks like you're not on the arrival. I'm not sure how that happened. Delta 3366, fly heading 070, descend and maintain 3000.
Roger, 070, descend and maintain 3000. Yeah, I don't know, for some reason my computer's all messed up. It's showing now Roebuck 2. Maybe that's why. I gotta update this thing.
Yeah, maybe check the chart and make sure what you're flying matches it.
Roger, Delta 3366. Down to 3000, Delta 3366.
Southwest 225, radar contact. Descend and maintain flight level 210 for duration of flight. Okay, Express 219, contact Moncton Center 132.8.
132.8, Express 219, thank you for service on this evening. And Boston Center, Delta 1916 with you, flight level 280 for 270.
Delta 1916, Boston Center, descend and maintain flight level 230.
Down to 230, Delta 1916.
Delta 178, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 27, Boston altimeter 3057. Delta 178, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 27, Boston altimeter 3057.
Locked.
Delta 178, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 27, Boston altimeter 3057.
Runway 27, Delta 178.
Sorry, I need to get a readback for the meat of the transmission there. Delta 178, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, 64, climb and maintain flight level 370.
Climb and maintain flight level 370, Delta 164.
This is Delta 2930, just north of Ford, west of Boston, west down in the Boston, navigation.
2930, Boston Center. Turn left, correction, turn right, heading 060, vectors to Boston. Maintain 1,000, 11,000.
Boston Center, good evening, with you, Airmark 210, maintain 17,000, Boston vector.
2930, fly heading 070, correction 060, maintain 11,000.
Delta 2930.
Almost there, folks. Hopefully he gives us descent soon. I'm gonna just slow us up just a bit. We've got about 12 miles to go.
Roll Airmark 210, Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 350.
Maintain flight level 350, Airmark 210.
Delta 4022 on this frequency.
Yeah, we're at 36 now for 4022.
Delta 4022, radar contact. The top altitude on the departure is 5,000. Climb and maintain flight level 350.
350, that's okay. We're just coming to stay right there for a second for a moment.
Biscayne 124, contact New York Center 125.32.
125.32, good night, Biscayne 124.
Delta 1916, descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival, runway 27, Boston altimeter 3058.
Descend via the Roebuck 3 arrival for runway 27, Delta 1960.
United 954, descend and maintain 11, actually descend and maintain 15,000, Providence altimeter 3057.
5,000, and we got the altimeter.
Southwest 776, contact New York Center 125.32.
25.32 for Southwest 776.
Definitely have, should have given
All
me
aircraft information, Juliet, current at Boston, altimeter 3058.
should have given me descent clearance by now. So I'll give him a couple more seconds and then I'll ask.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Boston Center, Delta 3366, holding at 3,000, ready to vectors whenever we're ready.
You're currently being given vectors, Delta 3366, Charlie heading 300, join the localizer.
300, join the localizer, Delta 3366, thanks for help. Boston Center, Air Canada 335 with you, flight level 340.
Air Canada 335, Boston Center, record.
Boston Center, Air Canada 7676, request descent.
Air Canada 7676, descend via the J-Plot 2, arrival, runway 27, Boston, altimeter 3058.
Descend via the J-Fund 2, runway 27, 3058, information Juliet on board, Air Canada 7676.
Presidential 56, contact Moncton Center on 1.
Alright, we are descending.
1, 2.
Aircraft is probably going to dive to still hit those restrictions, but we should be alright.
134.25. 3425, next time, Presidential 56. Delta 3366, verify heading 300 to intercept the localizer.
Roger, we're getting sorry, we have a little mess up here, Delta 3366.
Just update our numbers here. 3058 now at Boston. P3 at 11.
2930, fly heading 080.
And like I said, the aircraft is diving here to try to hit those restrictions. 4,200 feet per minute.
Alright, well, I'm not going to argue with you about it. Fly heading 080, please.
Probably doesn't feel all that great back there in the cabin, but it'll correct itself soon.
Boston Center, WestJet, 5,000.
3058, 32011, and temperature is now -3, so getting colder down here in Boston.
200, you are radar contact. Delta 225, contact function center 134.25.
Alright, our rate of descent is starting to slow up now.
5 miles from Loner, cross Loner at 3,000, quit ILS runway 27 approach.
Roger, cross loader at 3,000, cleared ILS 27 approach,
Delta 3366, contact Boston Tower 12818.
Boston Tower 128.8, thanks for all the help.
Southwest 225, cross Cyber, Adam
Alright, seatbelt signs on.
180.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the seatbelt sign for our approach and landing. If you aren't in your seat, please return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt. This will conclude your in-flight service. Flight attendants will be coming through to collect any remaining service items as part of our ActiveSky program. We recycle aluminum, plastic, and paper and will be coming around to collect those items at this time. If you are using a laptop, computer, or DVD player, please ensure that you power it down at this time. Make sure it's unplugged from the outlet and properly stowed under the seat in front of you.
So 2930,
Use your small lightweight devices as long as they remain in airplane mode. Thank you.
Delta 2930, descend and maintain 7,000.
Alright, I'm going to throw out some spoilers here to kind of help us slow down. And let's get our next restriction dialed in here at 17,000.
Delta 2930, turn right heading 100.
What?
Air Canada 7676, descend and maintain 9,000.
9,000, Air Canada 7676. Alright, open descent down to 9.
Delta 1960, reduce speed to 250.
Reducing speed 250, Delta 1960.
United 954, turn left heading 065. Actually, fly heading 060, descend and maintain 13013.
Down to 13000, roll code.
South 896, Quadrant Lobster.
Lobster 896.
Boston Center, good evening. American 916 is check this level 350. 3916 Boston Center running. Delta 2930, expect ILS runway 27 approach.
Alright, that is our transition.
Delta 2930, expect ILS runway 27 approach.
That Delta is on something tonight, man. Auto brake medium, pretty short runway 27, and terrain on ND.
Air Canada 7676, reduce speed to 250.
250 on the speed, Air Canada 7676.
United 954, flight heading 040.
040, 954, will go.
1930. Delta. Unfortunately, I am like,
Sped visual approach runway 27.
Delta.
Southwest 225, cross Basie, add and maintain 8,000, LaGuardia altimeter 3063.
At or above 8,000.
Negative, at and maintain 8,000, cross it at 8,000.
Cross at 8,000. Center, November 250, Yankee Delta, I believe in this list here, here's the police.
You have not.
I stand corrected.
Yeah, I'll have a direct handoff to you. You're still in my airspace at the moment. You're
Gonna increase our rate of descent here.
You're going to stay with me, and I'm going to have a direct handoff to the run.
Get down to 9,000 a bit quicker.
American 2606, draw heading 350, send to maintain 2,000, vector final. Delta 2930, descend to maintain 4,000. Delta 2930, descend to maintain 4,000.
This Delta is like so unresponsive all evening.
Delta 2930, Boston Center. Delta 2930, descend and maintain 4,000. Boston Center, ready? 1350.
Block.
WestJet 220, Boston Center, rudder. Air Canada 7676, descend and maintain 7,000.
7,000 now, Air Canada 7676.
United 954, descend and maintain 10,000. Keep your best forward speed up, please.
1,000 if we're keeping our best forward speed.
Yeah, 10,000, 10,000.
I apologize, 10,000.
American 2606, turn left heading 330. 2606. If I didn't give it ready, it's vectors ILS runway 27. ILS 27. All aircraft inbound to Boston expect ILS 27.
Got some turbulence.
7688 Boston Center, radar contact, climb and maintain 6000. Delta 2930, reduce speed to 210 or less.
Our frames are gonna drop here a second. It's fly Tampa, Boston. So as we fly over the airport here, especially at night, we're gonna see a frame hit. We're through 10,000. Landing lights on, wing lights on.
Delta 2930, descend and maintain 3000. November 250 Yankee Alpha, connect Toronto Center 125.77.
In the panel above your head or in your armrest.
Thanks for the ATC, Joe. Sure, good job.
American 2606, turn left heading 300, intercept the localizer. Delta 2930, turn right heading 180. Stable 7688, climb and maintain, flight level 340. Air Canada 7676, and maintain 3000. United 954, turn left heading 360, descend and maintain 3000.
Heading 360 and down to 3,954, here we go.
Boston Center, Delta 2055 with you, climbing through 1,800 for 5,000 on the Highland 5 departure.
Delta 2605, 2055 Boston Center, radar contact, climb and maintain, flight level 360.
Climb maintain, flight level 360 for Delta 2055.
Delta 2930, turn right heading 240. American 2606, 2.5 miles from Ripon, maintain 2000 till established on the localizer, clear ILS runway 27 approach. Delta 2930, as you roll it on that turn, airport will be at your 1 to 2 o'clock and 1 to 5 miles, report the field at sight. American 2606, connect Boston Tower 12818. Delta 2930, cleared visual approach, runway 27, maintain 170 knots until a 5 mile final.
Boston Center, good evening, Air Canada 1906 with you, flight level 330.
United 954, mid altitude, center maintain 4,000.
4,954 will come.
Delta 178, fly heading 060, descend and maintain 5,000, vectors to final. Delta 178, fly heading 060, descend and maintain 5,000.
060, descend to 5,000, Delta 178.
Last aircraft checking in unanswered, say again.
Air Canada 1906, check again.
Canada 1906, Boston Center, roger.
Boston Center, Delta 178, did you say 010 heading?
060.
Runway.
Delta 2055, Boston Center.
Hear you loud and clear, Delta 2055.
Yeah, there are, disregard, sorry, had some confusion as to who had checked in, so you can just disregard.
Will do, Delta 2055.
Air Canada 7676, turn right heading 180, vector to final. Canada 7676, maintain 210 knots.
Maple 7689 with you holding 4000.
Maple 7689, Boston Center, radar contact, climb and maintain, flight level 330, 300 rather.
Flight level 300, Maple 7689.
.com 704, contact Mountain Center 134.25.
Mountain 134.25, good night, good work, and good luck.
Andy Boston Center, make it today. 2,905. American 909, Boston Center, radar contact, climb and maintain, flight level 340. Traffic safe, flight 340, American 909. United 954, reduce speed to 170. American 7676, riding 240, doing the localizer.
Is that American or Air Canada?
American, Air Canada 7676, heading 240 doing the localizer.
240 join localizer, Air Canada 7676.
United 954 to right, heading 030.
Right, heading 030.
Alright folks, you know what time it is. Stereo cockpit on our final approach here into Boston. See you on the landing.
So 164, thank you.
Central Korea Air 185, limit your frequency.
Korean Air 185, contact Cleveland Center 134.9.
134.9, see ya.
Kind of blew through the localizer because we went direct loaner instead of just joined it, but all good. Get back on there.
United 954, verify your altitude right now.
4,000.
I show you 4,700, check your altimeter, should be 3058, we're using real world weather.
Yep, this is real world weather and it's 3058 over here.
Both of those conditions cannot be true. Yeah, South 225, contact New York Center 125.3.
Rockstar.
Southwest 225, New York Center 125.32.
Weird way to join the localizer, but we are on it nonetheless.
Boston Center, good evening. This is Cheyenne 12 Echo on the ground. Bradley, we're copy IFR 2, Martha's Vineyard with the numbers.
Number 12 Echo Alpha, Boston Center, request on request, standby, could be approximately 5 to 10 minutes. Delta 178, telephony 360. Delta 2930, contact Boston Tower 128.8.
Got the glide slope.
Air Canada 7676, you're 3 miles from Ripid, clear out west runway 27 approach.
Clear ILS runway 27 approach, Air Canada 7676.
2,500. Turn left heading 300.
2,500, check.
240, intercept the localize. 240.
First approach altitude 3,000 feet. We'll leave that
Shuttle
down there.
178, verify, turning left heading 360. Air Canada 335.
And once we hit Ripid, I'm going to slow to our final approach speed here.
335, contact Montreal Center 128.77.
Final approach speed.
Toliss 1738, Boston Center, center maintain.
Crossbow is on. Flaps 2. Oh, nope. Speed does not check.
Air Canada 7676, contact Boston Tower 128.8.
Tower 28.8, Air Canada 7676.
United 954, air flop.
Tower, good evening, Air Canada 7676. Formal final runway 27.
Air Canada 7676, Boston Tower, good evening, 350, runway 27.
27 clear land, 7676. Alright, we got to throw out some speed brake. Here to kind of help us get down. We can actually drop the gear. That center control is definitely overwhelmed without an approach control with all that traffic, so kind of cleared us a bit late, but no worries. Flaps 2. We're really fast, my aircraft. Flaps 3. This may be a go around, folks.
100 above.
Flaps full.
500. Minimum.
United 954 Boss, Tower, good evening.
Yeah, I'm not taking that chance. We're going around. Tower, Air Canada 7676 is going to go around. Climb maintain 3000, and that center controller didn't give us final approach speed quick enough, so we're too fast. And runway heading 3000, 7676. Left 180 on the heading, Air Canada 7676.
Air Canada 7676, contact Boston Center 134.7 in the left turn.
34.7 in the left turn, Air Canada 7676, we'll see you soon. Get out of this auto throttle. Center, Air Canada 7676, back with you, 1.6 for 3000, 180 left turn.
Air Canada 7676, Boston Center, radar contact.
So he had us restricted at 210, and, oh, what is this aircraft doing? And by the time he cleared us for the approach, we were already on a 4-mile final.
Delta 178, reduced speed to 25, pressure reduced speed to 190 left.
And with that really short runway, I didn't want to take any chances, so around we go.
Delta 4022, still climbing. Alright, you're showing 344, make sure altimeter set as standard. Okay, Delta 4022, you're not on your route, you're given a new route in your clearance. Did you copy that?
Check flaps 2.
422, DB Boston Center, Beaver 172, level 1000.
Beaver 172, Boston Center, climb and maintain, flight level 350.
Maintain flight level 350, Beaver 172. And also, can we go AFK for probably 10 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
Alright, thanks. We'll call you on backup frequency, Beaver 172. Good evening, this is Delta 3117, flight level 170.
3117, Boston Center, climb and maintain, flight level 350.
Put a pilot on. Help manage the workload here because we got to prepare for this approach again.
Delta 4022, where are you going right now? What's the rest of your route look like, sir?
We had a investigation on the arrival, so we're going to go direct Toliss if that's okay with you.
Alright, that's fine. Alright, looks like I had a little issue here. Delta 1916, fly heading 360. I'm just going to have to put you in the back of the line here.
Alright, right to 360, Delta 1960.
Delta 178, descend and maintain. Delta 178, you're 6 miles from Loner. Cross Loner at about 3000, clear out west runway 27 approach.
Put that gear up, which I should have done a while ago.
Boston Center,
Center, Delta 613, with you final 330.
613, Boston Center runner. American 7676, Toronto 090.
Left 090, 7676.
Delta 4022, can you fix your altitude for me, please?
Yeah, we're doing that real quickly. And also, we just want to direct Edgar, might be the first I'm going to make this right here.
Yeah, I tell you what, just contact Moncton Center on 132 point. Contact Moncton Center on 134.25. I'll let him deal with you.
Alright, we'll do for
yeah, just check the frequency. 134.25, please.
24.25.
So the 1916, turn right heading 180.
Right to 180, Delta 1960.
So that's 178, thanks for your help. Contact Austin Tower on 128.8.
128.8.
Delta 164, right back on channel Boston Center.
Roger.
Boston Center, BB, American 713.
American 7, Boston Center, runner. Delta 1916, continue the right turn heading 240, intercept localized.
Right to 240 and intercept the localizer, Delta 1960.
Flight Shed 200, contact New York Center 125.32.
Put your number in New York Center.
Alright, so we are on the downwind here for 27.
That was not for any WestJet aircraft.
Generally don't like to go around, but we were way too unstable for that approach.
Cargo Lux 22 Victor, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Climb and maintain flight level 330.
Delta 1916 is 8 miles from Ripon, maintain 2000 until established on the localizer, clear ILS runway 27 approach.
Clear for the ILS 27, and we'll maintain 2000 until established, Delta 1960.
Boston Center, showing 2 Echo, but just want to double check. We're clear to taxi runway 6 here at Bangor and Bradley, or do you want us to call you for a release?
12 Echo Alpha, I was wanting you to call me wind ready taxi. You can taxi wind ready taxi, runway 6 taxi via Charlie and advise you're ready for departure.
Okay, taxi via Charlie 26, we'll give you a shout home short 2 Echo Alpha.
Air Canada 7676, turn left heading 050.
Left 050, Air Canada 7676.
Well, Boston Center, Delta 627 is with you. It's 17,000.
Delta 627, Boston Center, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Climbing to 330, Delta 627. And Center, Delta 1916, we're established on the ILS.
Delta 1916, connect Boston Tower 128.8.
Going to tower, Delta 1916, makes for ATC.
There for any answer right on. Leave an email back to flight level 320.
Green Air 81, Boston Center under. Level 7688. Are you leveled at flight level 300? Sorry about that, I was looking at the wrong target there. Maple 7680, that's approved as requested. Advise on your back, please.
Boston Center, good evening. November 993 Golf Alpha with you, flight level 190.
November 993 Golf Alpha, Boston Center, roger.
Boston Center, Green Air 589 Heavy with you, 17,000.
Those of you that just joined, we are in the go around here. Gonna shoot this one more time.
Carlos 22 Victor, contact Moncton Center 134.25.
Contact 134.25.
Boston Center, Cheyenne 2 Alpha with hold short runway 6, Bradley, ready to departure.
012 Echo Alpha, before you go to squawk mode, Charlie, please.
Oh, sorry about that, Charlie 2 Echo.
Boston Center, good evening. American Eagle 56 with you at 310 with you.
American 156, Boston Center, right. Cheyenne 2 Echo Alpha, after departure, turn right heading 095, heading 095, and the wind is 360 at 5, runway 6, clear for takeoff.
3605 and on departure 095, 2 Echo, thanks.
Air Canada 7676, turn left heading 340.
Left 240, 7676.
Delta 613, descend at pilot discretion, maintain flight level 240.
Alright, so by discretion, 240, we're about 60 miles from top of these ends, that's okay?
Yeah. Air Canada 7676, turn left heading 300, join the localizer.
Left 300, John Localizer 7676.
Air Canada 7676, here 90 miles from Ripon. Descend and maintain 2000 until established on the localizer. Quit ILS, runway 27 approach.
So maintain 2000 until established. Clear LS runway 27 approach. Air Canada 7676.
Delta 164, are you leveled off?
Delta 164, say again?
What's your altitude?
Yeah, I am on 370.
I'll show you a flight level 366. Can you make sure altimeter is set to standard?
Yes, altimeter is standard, yes.
Alright, well,
And
there's some kind of an
actually
issue.
365.
Not sure what it is, but maybe you can look into that for me.
Okay, I will check it.
Double 1738, expect ILS runway 27 approach.
Alright, runway 27, okay. Center American 291's with you, 340.
American 291, Boston Center, right.
And Boston Center American 291, can we leave the cockpit for about 5 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. Let me know when you're back, please.
291, thank you, sir.
November 12 Echo the altitude.
2 Echo was passing 2 decimal 64 4.0.
02 Echo Alpha radar contact. Climb and maintain 900,000. Expect that as your final.
Climb maintain 9,000, 2 Echo, thanks.
Over 2 Echo Alpha, clear at Providence.
Direct Providence and up to 9, 2 Echo, thanks.
So 1225.
Alright, my aircraft, we're a bit too high. All visual now?
Guys, 896, Boston Center.
Okay, we'll set our goal around altitude again, 3,000 feet.
Guys, 896, what's your next waypoint?
We're direct to Alex.
Alright, your route that's in your flight plan is
2,500.
the Tusky and then the Peggy 3 arrival. Is there a reason you're not on that?
Flaps 3 gear down. We never cleaned up our lights from before, but it's all good.
You did, and then clearance delivery changed. Do you remember that happening?
No, they never told me they changed it.
I see, okay, alright. Okay.
Yeah, we're direct to Alex now, and we're planned for the funding 3, but they might have changed it on us, but they never told us.
Slowly coming back on the glide path here.
Delta 3117, may it be possible to flight at level 370?
Zipper 792 Boston Center, radar contact, climb and maintain, flight
Check that
level
rate of descent.
350.
Slowly correcting.
Air Canada 7676, Boston Tower 128.8.
28.8, 7676. He almost did it again. 2 mile final, and he's only now sending me the tower. Tower, good evening. Air Canada 7676, back with you again. 2 mile final, 27.
Canada 7676, Boston Tower, good evening. Answer, traffic closest position, also crossing runway with 350, runway 27.
27, clear land, traffic holding position. Air Canada 7676.
Minimum.
Continue.
JetBlue 1165, contact departure, have a good flight.
300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard 10. 5.
American 123, please 350, runway 33 left, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, 33 left, American 123.
Spoilers, reverse screen, decel.
5, contact departure today. Air Canada 7676, close to off, exit right when able.
Right when able, 7676.
Air Canada 7676, turn left on kilo, hold 2 to runway 4 left, contact ground point 9, good night.
Left kilo, hold short 4 left, ground point 9. Good night. 7676. Ground, good evening. Air Canada 7676, vacated runway 9, holding short 4 left at Kilo, parking Bravo 5.
Air Canada 7676, one thing, good evening, sir. You continue across from, correction, taxi to Bravo 5 via Kilo, Echo 1, Echo, cross runway 4 left.
Kilo, Echo 1, Echo to Bravo 5, and we are clear to class cross 4 left, Air Canada 7676.
Southwest 1530.
Alright, 1 hour and
right,
22 minutes.
27 on Charlie.
That includes the go
Alright,
around.
hold, show the 279, Southwest 1530. Atari 2531 Heavy, sir, make your exit left on November and then right on Bravo. Get your taxi.
What's our number and then right on Bravo? Atari 2531.
Southwest 1530, monitor Boston Tower 128.8, have a go in, sir. Monitor Tower, have a go in. Southwest 1530.
Of course, I don't have Air Canada in here. Flaps open. Get the APU on. Alright, tell us to continue down Echo and right Echo 1.
Atari 2531 Heavy, cross runway 4 right, hold short runway 27 on Charlie.
That's 4 right and hold short 27 on Charlie. Atari 25, back up to
Boston ground, Delta 1455, ready to taxi. Delta 1455, sir, it looks like you pushed the, you have your tail to the north, I believe, sir. You're facing south, is that correct, sir? Yes, my bad. Okay, Delta 1455, just wanted to make sure, sir. Runway 33 left, taxi via Alpha, left on Alpha 2, left on Bravo, and then right on Charlie. Cross runway 4 right, correction, cross runway 4 left, hold short runway 4 right.
There's Bravo 5, straight ahead. APU is available. Transponder to standby.
Taxi 2 left, left on Alpha 2, left on Bravo, right on Charlie, cross runway 4 left, and hold shuttle 4 right.
Sorry, 2531 heavy, monitor Boston Tower 128.8, have a good one.
Boston Tower on 128.8. That's pretty holiday.
That's 5A. This is 5 right here in front of us. Not sure where our marshaller is. Oh, there they are back there. Out of my turn where I can't see the markings. Covered in snow.
Direction UPS 2036 heavy, switch back on Kilo. Midline, rated taxi.
Stop here, that's fine.
Stalking Charlie and push back onto Kilo is approved for
Alright, if you're available,
UPS 2036.
Seatbelt signs off.
Flight attendants, prepare for arrival. Cross-check, verify straps, stand by for all call.
Fuel pumps can go, beacon lights off. Alright folks, that is it for us today. Thanks for hanging out here. Those of you that were part of the stream for all 5 hours, appreciate it. Hope you got some great content, some great discussions around some of the aircrafts that were recently released, as well as the FSLABS A321 to come. Until next time, you guys take care, and we'll see you. Bye.
Now we will go back home today, until the very last hour. We still got few more days to slay, it's gonna get so much louder. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms, feel it in your legs, feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go, just let your body go, just let your body go and move to the rhythm. I wonder what went wrong today, Why do I feel like I linger? Linger between the words to say the words to remember.